Good to see you, everyone. My name is Robbie Howell, and it is time for yet another fantastic actual play mission featuring 4 grand players who all conduited recently at Enclave Day, and I was, of course, 6th, so now it is time for catch-up. Gentlemen, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourselves, beginning with Julian.
Well, hi there. I guess I'm here. Happy to play for once, and I'm looking forward to this mission.
Lovely. Next.
Hello, I'm Reece. I've been playing Enclave since basically the end of the Kickstarter. Happy to be here.
Wonderful to have you. And next, Jallorn.
I'm Jallorn. I'm finally on my high quality mic instead of my crappy one, and I love Enclave. It's a great time.
Woo! Lastly, you are muted.
As is usual. Hello, my name is Tomáš. I'm a little bit sick. You can probably tell from my voice, but I'll be trying my best, and hopefully I'll be able to survive this mission.
Yes,
both in character and outside of character as well.
Yeah, I'm a little congested as well. But we're going to go through your characters, and then we'll do focus words, mission statement, and dive in. So, in the same order you introduce yourselves, tell us a little bit about the character you will be playing.
Well, that's me again, I guess. I'm gonna be playing John, a character that I've had since the first Enclave mission I've ever played. And he's a Thane that's from a very futuristic setting, and he's all about letting people do their thing and helping them through it.
Yeah. I'll be playing Olivette Bouchard, who is a gunslinger. She's the first Enclave character I created, and I have not played her in 4 months. So, yeah. She has a guitar.
Yes, that's very important. And next.
I'll be playing Tommy, who is my berserker. He comes from a suburban background, by way of an apocalypse that forced him to, traumatically adapt to violence. Yeah.
And lastly.
And I'm going to be playing the Hive, and as you can guess based on the name, there is nothing that would be strange about this character. It's a completely normal, human, regular being. Or it may also be 50 rats in a trench coat. We'll see.
Well put. The focus words I got from you guys were as follows. Starman, lucrative high-end soul, the sharp-edged blade of grief, and BarBar. And here is the mission statement I'm giving to you. You guys are being sent to a metropolis. You can think of it like a 1920s sort of aesthetic. However, they recently had a massive modernization and industrial revolution here because they found out how to convert human souls to energy. These are not acquired through killing someone or through draining them or anything like that. It's acquired through contract. And it's proven a way for people with nothing else to score some last cash to benefit their families, or they think to benefit themselves, only to realize there's not really much you can do without one of these. But it turns out one human soul can power a lot in this area, and it's allowed the place to absolutely explode with innovation and wealth. You guys are being sent to a massive helicopter aboard which there's a perpetual party. It's effectively like a hotel. It is the home base of one of the most wealthy men in this metropolis. His name is Jericho Dell, and he is a soul broker. It is his job to score contracts, which he can then sell and create energy for the entirety of the economy. And as you might imagine, this has made him extremely hated. He is one of the most loathed people in the entirety of this part of the world. And he has quite a group of enemies who would love to see him dead, and that's what's going to be happening today. They're going to be trying to do that. A group of debtees have ganged up and have managed to board his copter, which he calls the Gentian. And so if I say the Gentian, that's what I'm referring to. They are led by the grieving husband of a woman named Faye Lewis, who Jericho landed the soul of in a very public and very, very morally murky circumstances. This husband's name is Rudyard, and he is the one who has organized this entire thing. The boarders have done something extremely taboo in this area, which has the exact details are not yet known to the Enclave. In fact, the exact details are not known to anyone besides faint murmurings of maybe something to do with them finding a way to consume soul energy themselves. But what it has done is it has rendered them supernaturally powerful and dangerous, but they have less than a day to live. And so they have effectively made a suicide pact to work together to try to kill or capture, preferably, Jericho before they all die. Your goal is to make sure they don't, by any means necessary. Jericho's party copter has quite a few guests. Like you might imagine, it's a place for high-profile people to mingle. And these people are not at all ready for combat. And so these boarders coming on board is going to be no shortage of chaos. Jericho does have a security team. They are not equal to this threat, not even close to it. And more substantially, when you port in, you're going to be porting into kind of the main dance floor area, where most of the people aboard, besides Jericho and a couple of others, are being held currently by the actual hostiles. So you should expect to be entering combat immediately upon arrival. Also of note, the Enclave warns you, Rudyard himself, you should consider him invulnerable, at least for now. There maybe by talking with Jericho and figuring out something more, you can find out a way to bring him down. Don't even try to kill him. He will not die, at least at the moment. And he is going to be immediately around when you guys port in. Only other thing to note is Jericho, as you might imagine, doesn't care who else has to die for him to survive. You can crash his copter, you can kill every guest on board. Nothing matters besides him surviving and not being captured. Questions?
I have an exact wording clarification.
Yes.
Now, you previously said our goal was to prevent the attackers from killing or capturing him.
Jericho must survive.
Got it.
In as minimal a state of injury as humanly possible.
I presume Jericho is currently not in the dance hall.
No. He is blockaded up in his office. The party copter, while it is large, very large, it's like the size of a small hotel, much of that is taken up with kind of the dance room and like the public areas. So the actual private areas are rather a small portion of it, and are rather sectioned off. Almost all of his remaining security force is clustered in that protective area, and he has tried his best to barricade himself in with pretty sophisticated means. But those means are going to not be able to do anything against this incoming threat. They are too powerful and too invulnerable.
And I presume, are they expecting us?
No. Jericho is. No one else.
Okay, got it. So we might have some trouble getting past his security if we decide that...
Yes. Blitzing Jericho will mean his security will likely see you as a hostile. Other questions?
yeah.
We're not supposed to anyway.
Yeah.
Other
I just meant
questions?
if we decide that being next to Jericho is the best way to protect him.
Also, Robbie did say that talking to Jericho might let us learn the other guy's weakness. So
Possible, but you could very easily do this mission without speaking with Jericho. Don't see it as a necessity in any way. Just because Rudyard is invulnerable does not mean he cannot be dealt with.
And miss an opportunity to let you really show us why we should hate our client that we have to work for anyway? Come on.
yes, how
Well
could
said.
that possibly go wrong?
Quick clarification. Though Rudyard himself should be considered functionally invulnerable, the other members of his team, while they are very, very scary and threatening, should not be considered invulnerable.
But also not essential, either way.
Yeah, I mean, if you can protect Jericho without the deaties dying, sure, do it. He just needs to survive.
Yeah. is there how durable is the flying
Yeah,
thing?
the gentian. Yeah.
Yeah, gentian.
You should consider it substantially more protected than a helicopter should be. Somewhere between a building and a helicopter. Is it impossible to bring the thing down? God, no.
Okay.
Is a couple of stray bullets going to do it? No way in hell.
And is Jericho's room like extra fortified? Is it like a bunker type thing or not?
It is more fortified than the rest. I would not go as far to say it is a bunker, but it is like a strong box.
Okay. So hypothetically, there is a scenario, if unlikely, in which the thing crashes and everyone else dies, but he's okay.
Possible. Other questions?
I'm strongly considering doing the typical thing for the Hive and coming up with a plan to set the entire thing on fire and somehow spinning that into a positive thing. But
Which was
Probably
the
not.
next question. So, if the souls are a power source, are they flammable
No,
or that sort of thing?
nothing.
So they
at
are
all.
stable themselves. They just generate good energy,
Yeah,
clean and renewable, I guess.
you could say that. By some definitions of clean and others of renewable.
so long as the reproductive rate remains high enough, they're renewable.
Other questions?
What? So you've said somewhere between a helicopter and a building. Are we talking like, Zeppelin-sized, like Zeppelin cabin-sized, cruise ship
Oh, I
sized?
see
How
what you
big are
mean,
we
yeah.
talking?
So
Like a hotel or something.
it would
you said.
be a little smaller than a Zeppelin in terms of total area, but of course a Zeppelin is mostly made up by its balloon. And so the cabin would be much bigger than a Zeppelin. You can think of this like, I was saying small hotel. Better term. A ferry. Think of it like the size of a ferry.
Got it.
So it could probably hold a couple hundred people, but that would be pretty snug. You can think of the intended capacity being like a little under 100 people.
How did the debtors,
Detees, yeah.
how did they get on board?
Not known.
Okay. Because the thing is in the air right now, yes?
Yes.
Does it have like little? Does it stay in the air all the time, or does it land to treat
It
people out?
always stays in the air.
Got it.
Nice.
Turns out soul
Okay.
energy is very easy to transport. So you don't have to fuel up.
The advantages of stable energy.
Indeed.
Heh.
Final questions.
So how many of the attackers are there? Are there like estimates or?
Yeah, excellent question. It's under 10.
Okay, so there's like 0 chance that we could disguise ourselves as like one of them.
I mean, I think
Without
that's
illusions,
The
of course.
high five.
I mean,
Without illusions.
I mean, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
I
I was going to say
would rather-
once we remove one, we could certainly masquerade as that one.
Yeah.
but
And it's not
yeah,
going to
no,
be very convincing. Like if they are actually like
It will be convincing as
Looking
the Hive always is.
yeah.
perfectly
I-
convincing.
I gotta say though, I would rather have less than 10 enemies than have 100, because hey, sure, you could blend in if there was 100 of them, but also that's 100 superpowered enemies.
Yep.
No, I'm totally one of you. Look at my superpowers.
I
The
think I should.
superpower of throwing rats at people.
To briefly clarify, it seems as though their enhanced powers are largely confined to strength and durability.
Okay.
There may be others, but it seems largely that. With the possible exception of Redyard. Like, again, there's very little intel on all this process, but he seems to be more enhanced than the others.
Are lethal precision strikes still likely to be lethal?
Not as lethal. And against Redyard, don't expect them to take him down at all.
Same goes for a certain kind of stun weaponry, I guess.
In that case, I say we proceed to assembly. As of now, we are in character, of course, and let us, because we're still using V1 with the errata around the corner, and though that comes with changes to assembly, we're going to use the Old Faithful. And as such, let us begin assembly with John and, let's say, Olivette.
Okay.
You can also, if you want, you can lead in. We'll start with John. You can lead in with a brief physical description, and then I'll have Olivette do so.
So John, already sitting there, I guess, is wearing his sort of military uniform that the kind of spacefaring people would have, where it's halfway between an overall and halfway between a pajama, basically. But it looks really impressive to everybody else. And he has a really long brown hair, which is tied to a braid in the back. And then his also long beard is tied to a braid in front.
And how about for Olivette?
Well, for those who are actually on the mission, I just popped a picture of her into the mission chat. But for those watching on YouTube, she is a young woman with waist-length silver hair, a red cloak, and a white sleeveless dress and sandals. She also has a brown leather belt on which she holsters her gun, and her arms up to the shoulder are covered in blue woad paint. Yeah.
Marvelous. And so as Olivette enters, John is there waiting.
John Sinclair, was it? We met previously.
Right, good to see you, as he reaches out his hand.
I will shake hands.
Yeah, he will, at this time, try to kind of observe if there's any remaining cuts on her arm. Oh, they fixed you up good, I guess. Good to see.
They did, yes. Regrettably, that was a slightly embarrassing display. I promise I'm not always so brutal.
A gentleman never tells.
Thank you.
It would be at this point that Tommy would join. If you could give a brief physical description, that would be great.
Yeah. Sorry, there's a detail that recently got added to the character that I was realizing wasn't on my character sheet. Yeah. So Tommy is he's around college age. He's large and muscular, and he's got coiffed hair, a well-groomed beard, which all sits in contrast to the fact that his clothes are stitched together. Some of the pieces of the stitching are like you can make out bits of a Letterman's jacket, but most of it is dominated by what looks to be a really very large, like human-sized bat skins. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, if you have more description, please fire away. But whenever you're done, you can describe what he does when he enters.
He's carrying both a sledgehammer, a machete, and several javelins strapped in various places across his body. And as he walks in, he looks at the two of you, and there's something off about the way he looks around the room. He never quite focuses entirely on anything that he's looking at. There's always this diffused quality to his eyes. And as he gets closer, you can see that around the edges, it's not that they're bloodshot, but rather there's this orange tinge to his eyes.
Excellent. And upon entering, what would he do?
I think the first thing he does is he looks around, and he has that diffused quality, and he seems to sort of be kind of looking at both Olivette and John at the same time, and then he sort of nods at them and takes a position up, standing with his back to a wall, able to see the entrance to the room.
Well, lad, it's good to meet you, I guess. I'm John, as he reaches out his hand.
There's a moment like he's trying to figure out what you're saying, and then he reaches out and takes your hand and just says, Tommy.
That's good. That's good.
A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Tommy. I am Olivette Bouchard.
How close does Olivette approach Tommy? Does she? Where is she?
Yeah, as I'm speaking, I'll just walk over, and I think I would offer my hand like that, kind of, she is a noble woman from a sort of
Again, he
plus.
seems to take a moment to process before he takes her hand. He does not know the protocol, so his is very much a just a very modern sort of handshake.
Nice. I'll give you a nod then.
And after a moment of silence, the door would again swing open, and we would have the Hive. A brief description and then action.
A brief description. Okay, so the Hive is dressed in a large trench coat with long sleeves, a pointy wizarding hat, and a completely like regular modern sneakers, which are most of the time not visible. They are hidden underneath the large trench coat. The coat itself is being like dragged on the ground most of the time because the default pose of the Hive is just sort of like kind of short and like dragging itself along the ground. But you know, given that it's about 50 or 60 reds in a trench coat, it can sort of like adjust its posture as it sees fit. In
Spoilers.
certain situations.
Well,
Spoilers.
not that much spoilers, because all of the Hive's many magical effects that keep it anonymous normally don't work in Enclave HQ.
Yes.
But the Hive is trying to be quiet, so
It's trying to keep up appearances.
yes, unless you guys are being like very, unless you have like a bunch of pluses to censor, you probably cannot hear it.
And
speak.
Olivette and John have both met the Hive before, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Though I'm not sure if any of them like know what the Hive is, anyways.
Tommy has not. And as such, the moment that the Hive enters the room, anyone with any degree of spirit will be able to recognize Tommy is immediately on edge. He is not comfortable with the Hive.
Well, the Hive walks in, and as it quite often does, it does its like fancy magic trick of walking in. Hello, everybody. We are the Hive, and it lifts its sleeve up into the air. In the process, exposing that it absolutely does not move like a regular arm should, and it just sort of like swirls it around in the air, producing a big bunch of like magical confetti or something like that, being like a cheap magical trick. Again, completely exposing that there's like no bones in the actual sleeve, or like potentially hundreds of bones maybe instead.
Hello
Hello
again,
there.
Hive.
The Hive nods, and then stares at the berserker.
What is it?
This is the Hive. They use illusionary spells, I believe, based on our previous encounters with them.
That we do, yes. We are a magician, it says proudly, and continues to stare at the exact same spot where it entered the door.
So it's worth mentioning. So up till now, Tommy has maintained this diffused, like eyesight. When he asked the question he asked and Olivette answers, his eyes shot to her, but mostly he's got this incredibly focused, alert attention on the Hive. Is it casting spells now?
Look, lad. I'm not sure how often you've been here, but you usually expect to leave baggage at the door. I hope you can, too.
We are not casting any spells as of now.
They are fine. They are a good companion. They will help us along. I'm very sure of it.
That we shall. And then the Hive opens its folding fan, obscuring its face. Except it doesn't really have any face at all, right? It's a pointy wizarding head like on a trench coat. But despite that, it's like still is facing towards Tommy. And every now and then it sort of like lowers the folding fan to look over, and then like puts it back to again obscure the face.
So, out of curiosity, how much spirit do people have? I think Olivette has a decent
Just
chunk.
the one. Just the one.
Okay,
John has two.
John has two. John, by now you've probably figured out Tommy's deaf.
That's why John tried to put a reassuring hand on his shoulder as well.
So by the way, he also hasn't heard a single thing that the Hive has said because there are no lips for him to read.
Yeah.
Well, there are John's lips for him
Yes.
to read. Which is why he sort of tried to put the hand on the shoulder and then talk.
Oh yeah,
to him,
absolutely.
knowing it's not gonna help.
Your message has him sort of transitioning into like that kind of like, all right, I'm just having a panic attack. It's okay. I'll be fine in a moment. Just need to calm down, kind of get control of myself.
Any final notes that the group wishes to exchange with each other? In that case...
Well-
Oh, yes, Olivette?
No. I was just going to say, well, it seems like a straightforward enough mission. Aside from the guy who's invulnerable. But, yeah.
And at this point, an Enclave attendant opens the door and beckons for you to join them. Brought through Enclave HQ with its beautiful labyrinthine passages and soaring arches, you find your way to the teleportation chamber. And inside of it, 4 glowing panels. The disembodied voice prompts you. Agents, please take your places atop the telepads. And before we begin, final actions or notes?
I would like to pitch that my horse is already here because I forgot to mention it during the assembly thing.
Don't worry, I was a step ahead of you on that one. It is here.
Yes. So yes, my horse is a white horse, and it's a Boulogne breed, for anyone who knows what that is. Basically a draft horse. And her name is Noelle.
Yeah, and she is huge.
Yes.
There's a brief interaction where Tommy sort of can I pet the horse?
Yes, go ahead.
and spends a moment sort of just gently patting the
Noelle
horse's
is
nose.
a calm and receptive animal and has no problem with this.
Well,
The hive would stiffen unnaturally whenever the horse is close to it.
Yep.
Trying not to seem suspicious to the horse.
And John?
John has, somewhere along the way, apparently picked up his gear bag, which is a belt with a rod about this length, a shield, which has another rod attached to it, and the tool belt, where he puts all of the things onto. And he didn't expect his bike to be there.
It is.
But apparently, if the horse is there, his bike will be there as well.
Yes. And you all feel yourselves dissociate. Your feet tingling away, and it creeping up your body until it hits your eyes and your vision explodes into color. And when you reemerge, you find yourselves in dark. All across, in front of you, you can see a vast room, the size of like an auditorium of some kind. It is like kind of tiered, almost like a cake, with the very center being maybe a story higher than where you are. And it has a dance floor at the top, completely illuminated, but the rest of it is in either mood lighting or relative darkness. The second layer seems to be where like little bars and tables and stools are, with a little bit more light. And then this bottommost area that you guys are on, which is again quite large and rings around the rest of the spaces, is in complete darkness. There are several exits that you can see, all clearly labeled, and you notice that all of them, though they do seem to go up and down respectively at different locations, they are ramped rather than stepped. The only other things of note are that all of the people in the room have been gathered on that highest lit area. You can see that they have been kind of corralled up in there in various states of drunkenness. They are wearing mostly beautiful high-end clothes. You see ladies in their fine cocktail dresses and suited gentlemen, as well as what seem to be a couple of like attendants or servants of some kind. And they are all being corralled in place by a group of 5 individuals. Most of these individuals are kind of walking circles around them and are immediately noticeable. 1, because their clothes are substantially less nice, but 2, because almost all of them are not wearing shirts due to the fact that their shoulders are so large that no shirt of this area could hold them. You can see veins bulging off of their bodies, and their heads sit awkwardly small amidst their shoulders as though they ran out of neck. As you enter, you would also, especially those of you with higher sensory, so / not Tommy in this case, would be able to hear an angry but like low and controlled voice speaking at the center of the room. You seem to have caught him mid-speech. Which is, and you can hear he's trying to make some sort of appeal to them. Anything you can tell us, any information, it'll absolve you. You'll feel better. You'll walk away today. But beyond that, There is a good amount of ambient noise in this area as well. Even though it is relatively sheltered from the sound of the engines, you could still hear the throbbing of the rotors at various points. Upon entering, immediate actions you would like to take, we will begin with the Hive.
Well, so I want to check if there's the 5 other guys remaining that we have been informed about, or if it just seems to be the 5 that are like around the hostages.
Yeah, like a little whipping around your little mousy noses, sniffing. So 2 things. First of all, it's hard for the Hive to smell well in here. There is a lot of booze, and it's been around for a while, so the scent is quite strong. It's a cocktail of alcohol and cleaners. Plus a weird... It's not a nice way of putting it, but like an old people smell that the Hive couldn't quite put their finger on. Additionally, the Hive's hearing, normally extremely acute, is having trouble picking up footsteps going elsewhere because of the sound of the rotors. And as such, even though you cannot see anything else in the room besides what I've described, you cannot hear anything from beyond the room either. Other immediate follow-ups from the Hive.
Yes, find Olivette and kind of duck at her cape, because
Easily
she
done.
has been helpful. She has been nice to the Hive on the mission in the past, so the Hive is going to ask a question.
Well, let's do that first. Let's have the Hive ask, and then we'll go to Olivette for her actions.
Wait, do I think I would be able to speak to Olivette without being heard?
Yes, between the sound of the rotor and the fact that the room is very large with a man angrily speaking and all attention on him, you definitely can speak without being noticed.
Do you think we should throw one of those into the crowd, as the Hive shows a can of spray paint, before one of them speaks?
I suppose we could. It would essentially be the start of a fight, I would imagine. They might open up fire on the crowd, but I mean, it would be morally incorrect to use a bunch of people getting gunned down as a distraction. But that would probably be the outcome of your action. Oh, although the question actually, looking at them, I don't have as much sensory as the Hive, obviously, but do they actually have weapons, like guns,
No,
ideally?
they don't.
But, well,
Their hands are so big they probably couldn't operate a trigger.
okay. Okay, I take that back. Punched to death. A crowd of people being punched to death would probably be a good distraction. Although they also haven't noticed us, so we could possibly just sneak out without resorting to violence.
Right. One of them could speak.
Any other
Yes.
follow-up actions from Olivette? Pardon the very angry baby. Any other
I
follow-up?
I want to ask something, because the Hive, as Olivette said something about this, that's a plan that we could do. The Hive was completely ready to throw the thing immediately. Then
Yeah.
Olivette kept talking. Does it look like, with 0 pluses to spirit, that she would be very disappointed if I were to do that thing?
I do not think the Hive could determine that. Olivette is a very even-keeled person.
Yeah. So I think it waits for approval then.
Olivette,
Okay.
follow-ups after briefly conversing with the Hive. Anything else you want to check in on or do?
Yeah, I think question actually, where we ported into, how obscured are we? If they turned around, would they see us instantly?
No, they would not see you instantly. If they started to come down from the bright area, they would see you very quickly. But given that they are in the most well-lit part of the room, their eyes would be partially blinded by, in bright lights, it's hard to see into darkness.
Yeah. Okay. And is there any other, any cover nearby, basically?
Yes, actually quite a lot. Down in this section, you have a good number of furniture areas, almost like booths in a restaurant, as well as there's a long counter going along the wall that behind it has all manner of food and beverage operations and stuff like that, though completely empty at the moment. You can see a small closet nearby, and you also can spot that behind this big counter area, there are also a couple of doors leading to back rooms.
Okay. So yeah, I would just, still speaking softly, I would just say to the Hive, if we decide not to immediately start a fight, then we could perhaps continue this conversation behind that counter so we were less likely to be seen. Of course, if you would rather just start killing people, that's acceptable too. And as I say this, I will
muted.
just reach down.
We weren't thinking about killing anyone yet. The Hive says. It's a smoke bomb.
Yes, but if you throw something, then these fellows, I suspect, will resort to violence rather quickly. They don't strike me as the patient types.
Anyone else been listening to this conversation?
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say John would at least catch part of it, because let's check in with him. Actions John would like to take, and how much would he like to follow the interaction between the Hive and Olivette?
Well, he is going to take. Just a reminder: there's baseline sensory on John, so I don't know what the two following sentences I'm going to tell you are going to do anyway. But he will take a very cursive look around.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to look at what sort of things are there besides the counter. I guess he will spot as well.
Yep.
And try to follow along with the conversation if they're not getting too quiet for him.
If he's focusing on the conversation and maybe takes a step or two closer, that's totally fine. He would also notice, of course, the booths that line the darkened area as well. He can see some of like how do I describe this? The embellishments to the floor plan that adds some more cover and texture. For example, like I said, the floor plan kind of rises up to the center dance stage, and on the way up there are, for example, like opaque railings and stuff like that you could tuck behind, and like unnecessary like little rounded staircase areas that go behind plant displays and statues. So it's a textured area with a lot of places to tuck yourself behind. And because John is kind of focusing on the conversation, he would pick up all that has been shared between Olivette and the Hive. Any follow-ups from him?
So the Hive was absolutely expecting an approval from Olivette. Not getting it from Olivette, it looks to John.
Any follow-ups from John then?
Well, if we're not going to go rushing in, I think we might as well go somewhere else entirely. Seems there are about a few good places on the plane, or rotor,
The Hive,
whatever that is.
Yes, the Hive had mentioned, though, that there is the possibility one of these people could reveal something about our client's position that might get him into bother.
I'm not a big, logician, but I do think they do not know anything either, from what I've heard from up there.
Looking at the 5 people, do they seem like they are are their eyes supernaturally well adjusted to darkness?
Impossible.
I think that would be even looking at their eyes. Does it seem like they have trouble seeing at all?
Like I said, it looks like their heads have kind of sunken into their shoulders, so to speak. You do not. It looks as though it's a normal person head on a big hulking body. So unless the magic gets more subtle when it hits the sensory organs, it doesn't look like they've been augmented in any way in that regard. Before we go further there, though, I want to check in with Tommy. He's obviously getting a very different picture of the scene than everyone else is. He obviously adjusts very quickly to the surrounding weirdness of the environment. He doesn't really hear the thrumming of the rotors, but he does feel the very subtle vibrations that constantly go through the floor. Immediate actions from him that he would like to take.
Yeah, so he's definitely not following the conversation that's happening.
Quite.
Although I think he may have noticed the throwable object the Hive was offering.
Yeah.
But beyond that, and the fact that his teammates have not taken action, and so he's not going to start things on his own. Most of his attention is going to be focused on the 5 inhuman figures up on the dance floor.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's trying to get a sense for the way they move, and try to sort of develop some predictions about how they would behave in combat, and whether these augmentations have any downsides, right? If there's and inflexibility that's been created by these oversized muscles.
Yeah.
He's also going to take a moment to scan. Is there a sprinkler system?
Yeah, he's from a modern background, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he would know what a sprinkler system looks like. Quick question, sensory stat?
Baseline.
Yeah. To answer your first question, there is a hulking nature to the way they move, right? It's like wearing shoes that don't fit. Like their whole body is bigger than they're used to, and as such, they kind of swing awkwardly when they move, and sometimes feel like they're moving in slight slow motion. These hulking men. And then looking around the room, even with baseline sensory in a relatively dark room, you're in the darker section and close enough to the lower ceiling in this part to note that yes, there is a sprinkler system, and it seems comprehensive.
Cool. But otherwise,
follow-ups.
he's probably gonna he's gonna have one of his javelins in his main hand, and he's holding his sledgehammer in his offhand. But he's not going to take any action until the rest of the group does.
Olivette and the Hive. Specifically, Tomáš, you had a question for me.
Well, I'm not
the
remembering.
eye thing. Pardon, I already answered that. Olivette, do you have any actions for the Hive? Do you want to, for example, prompt them to go behind the counter, or do you have other things you want to do?
Yeah, like Olivette has pointed out a place where we could hide, so I'm
but
going
John-
to go there.
Yeah, and John had suggested we just leave this room altogether.
But does it seem like any of the people are going to talk, like in the sort of like hostage area?
Yeah, paying attention back to the hostage area, you can see that the hulking men are continuing to kind of circle them like sharks, with the one who is speaking kind of looking at them. You see that he's gone from making like a big proclamation to going person to person, and actually like turning their bodies and heads face him and say, "You look like a good sort. You have kids back home? You have something to live for then, don't you? Talk to me. Talk." And he's trying to like extract information about single ones. To another person, he says, "You wouldn't be here if you didn't have something on you, I know. But what good is life? What good is that if you're not gonna live?" And then you see, as though to reinforce what he just said, he says, "We are going to kill all of you who do not talk. We will!" As though he's trying to convince himself of it. Other actions that the Hive and Olivette would like to take.
We could stay here and let you go ahead. We have a way to communicate with you if needed.
If needed, I could stay here and keep this standoff going for a while, but I'm not sure how productive that would be. I think either we need to deal with these 5, or we need to decide to leave these people to their fate, whatever that may be.
John, you can jump in if you have anything too.
Well, leaving these people to die isn't something I want to live with. Anyway.
A noble sentiment, indeed. And you, I say, and I'm turning to ask Tommy's opinion.
He's not even looking at you guys, so
Yep.
he's not. He doesn't. You'd have to
Doesn't hear,
grab his
yeah.
attention and repeat the question.
Yeah.
It's not that he doesn't care. He's just
Yeah.
not.
Yeah,
He's not
doesn't
involved in the
hear,
conversation.
As you guys
Yeah,
are
yeah.
saying this, by the way, you would hear an almighty thunk from upstairs. Tommy would feel it in the floor heavily. And you can see that the man who is talking pauses, and people kind of like look around. And you see him point up and say, "See, we're going to get to him either way. You can give us what we need, and you get out of this. You don't give us what you need, you're not going home." Actions you guys would like to take.
Perhaps we should go locate the target then.
Well, John has just said he doesn't want to leave these people, so either we let him try that himself, which I wouldn't recommend, or we all pitch in and deal with these 5. If anyone
The
has any
Hive.
suggestions.
Okay. The Hive is gonna find a piece of furniture, I'm imagining like a table or something, to climb on top of.
Yeah.
Something that would be a good vantage point. And also something where it would be like immediately noticed, where if someone like looks around,
Yeah.
I want to be the obvious target of attack.
As the Hive starts to climb onto the table, by the way, he would hear a faint voice from the table say, "Can I help you?"
Wait, is that table speaking or was that a human?
It sounds like a person.
Was that something that the Hive said out loud, or was that just you?
I think that was Tomáš.
That was just me, yeah.
Okay.
No, I check, like, am I climbing on top of someone, or is that table speaking?
You can see, like, looking around, that the stem of the table is made of a withered person.
Stem of the table is made out of a withered
A
person.
person, yeah.
A person.
Okay, looking around, are any other pieces of furniture kind of like weird like that?
And now that you look around, the elaborate architecture you can see is made almost solely of people. Their skin
Kind of easy to see.
Their skin is bronzed and like almost metallic in nature. And you can see that when this table looks at you with its very, very faint eyes, you can see that it even musters a small smile. And one of its like hands, which is kind of crooked out like this, kind of pulls out a small pad of paper as though ready to take an order.
We are good, thank you. The Hive says, climbing on top of the table.
Very well. Ring the bell for service.
And getting the can of spray paint ready, I want to throw it towards the crowd, but in such a way to ideally hit the 5 people like surrounding the hostages.
It's a pretty, like, the crowd is fairly large, but it's a smoke bomb, so it actually can create a pretty decent-sized plume. So you should be able to catch them, even if they're kind of on the peripheries of the crowd. You can think of it like the crowd is a ball, and they're circling around it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
As the Hive is getting into...
So are all of them sort of like spaced evenly out, or
reasonably
are they like...
evenly, not perfectly.
I guess then I'm aiming for the center of the crowd.
Sure. Olivette, as the Hive gets into position, you would see the pause and you would hear the faint voice. Though Olivette would probably not yet immediately register what's going on, just the Hive saying, "No, thank you, I'm good." What does Olivette want to do?
I think I would like to... Like, the Hive is moving into position where they're going to be the obvious target of attack, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think I would probably follow along, because I'm not sure that it's a good idea to let the Hive be the target.
Well, my line of thinking here is that the Hive can get away like anytime it wants.
As you are...
Of course, I haven't communicated this in character.
Yeah.
So.
As you're passing towards the Hive's location, you pass by a banister that has like a hat rack at the base.
Oh.
And, yep.
One little thing. I would like, before I do that, to take a couple of things from my horse.
Yes, of course. What would you like to take?
I'm not specifically. I would take a book, which is a book of sheet music, which is actually a reskinned tome, and my guitar.
Yes, indeed. Are you going to be sending Noelle elsewhere?
I will. Yeah, sure. If I can, I'll just give her a pat and get her to walk over to the little counter from before.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
She trots over. Were there not ambient engine noise, she would absolutely have been heard. And as Olivette passes this hat rack, the hat rack would say, "Can I take your coat for you, ma'am?"
I turn around sharply and stare at it.
It's so hard to tell until you really look for it. Like, it looks just like normal embellished architecture, but you can see the faint slits of eyes, and you can see the small uncoiling hand so neatly fit in before that offers politely to take your coat for you.
Well, that's disturbing. I suppose this is why our client is unpopular. No, thank you.
I apologize for alarming you.
Yeah, I think I will mostly control my reaction because, as you said earlier, all of it is very controlled, but a slight twitch of revulsion, perhaps.
Yeah. That's the exact right term for it. John, actions from yourself.
A question to John: how combat ready does Tommy look? Like, he has a lot of weapons, from what I've been told.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'll leave it to Jallorn to answer that.
John's been a soldier, right?
Yeah.
Tommy, despite his youthfulness, he has the bearings of a veteran. He's clearly someone who has lived a great deal of time in a very violent, dangerous place and has never quite managed to leave that behind.
Well then, John is gonna pick up his shield and his pike from the tool bag. Pike still collapsed. He's gonna fix the tool bag so it doesn't bangle around, and he's gonna gesture Tommy in the sign language that he knows to follow behind as he starts moving forward.
Tommy definitely recognizes and nods and will follow you. He does heft as he sees the Hive moving to throw. He hefts his own javelin, ready to throw it in tandem.
Yep. John, where are you moving to? Are you moving to the same area as the Hive or elsewhere?
Towards the people.
Yeah, directly towards.
Actually, he'll probably gesture towards the javelin and to give you an opportunity to tell him not to throw it.
Yep. And the Hive at this point, with everyone else moving into position, are you going to let loose?
Two things. I'm looking for a heavy throwable object. Is there anything like that on the table?
Yes, there is a pitcher of cream.
Okay, I am taking that for self-defense purposes. And another thing, is there like a chandelier on the roof, on the roof somewhere?
There's actually quite a few of them. There's a fucking enormous one over the main dance floor. There's a couple of medium-sized ones over the secondary elevation ring. And then in your area, like the darkened area, every single booth, like the one you're in right now, has a little miniature chandelier.
Over the dance floor, okay. Is it centered in such a way that if it were to fall, it would mostly fall into the crowd?
Yep.
I'm assuming so. Okay. Well, that's not very useful right now. Is there a chandelier that I could reasonably jump to?
Yeah, the one that's over your
I'm...
booth, you could easily jump to.
Okay. Then I proceed with my throw.
And
just to can first.
As you hurl, do you have any immediate follow-ups after throwing?
No, not really. I'm mostly looking to draw attention here where I'm standing because, as I said, my plan is to just keep evading and let others do the things.
And as the smoke bomb, aka spray paint canister, lands, bursts off into paint fumes. You can hear screams and yells from the crowd. You hear barks and yells from the hulking men, several of whom spin around, and you can see that a couple of them grab people from the crowd and put them into basic not even chokeholds. Their hands are so big they just grab people by the neck and hold them out like up like this, warningly. And one of them...
Clarification?
Yeah.
Sorry, my intention was that as the Hive throws, Tommy would also be throwing his javelin.
Excellent. At the same time, who are you going to be aiming for?
What the nearest big buff guy?
Yeah. Skill stat?
Skill is 1, I believe. Yeah, 1.
Yeah, cool. And in that case, as your javelin laces through the air, it would slam into the man kind of in his lower glute. And he would not grunt or yell in pain, but instead of grabbing people from the crowd and holding them up threateningly, he would whip about and reach back to kind of grab and pull out the javelin, looking into the darkness to try to see who threw it. You can see all of them are having trouble seeing you guys, except... even though it's not immediately obvious, their vision is starting to converge on the Hive. Immediate follow-ups from, let's begin with the Hive, then Tommy, the two throwers, then Olivette and John.
None of them are actively attacking at this point.
They grab people from the crowd, hold them up, and then start looking into the darkness.
Okay. Are any of the people from the crowd escaping?
No, mostly because that would require them going down off of the stage area, which would be in plain view of the death heaps. And as they are holding up, you can see that the one who was speaking, Rudyard, says, no more, or we start killing them.
So we definitely know that that's Rudyard then.
He's talking enough that it seems likely, and also he is bigger than the other ones. I should note the one who got hit by the javelin yells out, "Weapon! Got a weapon here!" He manages to extract it from his leg and hold it up. He says, "The hell is this? Fisherman's?" You notice, by the way, there is no blood on the javelin. Immediate follow-ups over from Tommy.
Yeah, I think Tommy has, since he's emptied one of his hands, he's got his sledgehammer hefted in both hands, and he probably at this point is actually making noise, because I think he hasn't figured out that the furniture is people, so he's just kind of shoving furniture aside, knocking it over. He's absolutely willing to draw attention to himself here.
John would actually very faintly, but since his baseline sensory not perfectly traceably, hear faint groans going on around him and Tommy. And his spirit stat would, more than that, pick up the groans not even being of pain or anguish necessarily, but of embarrassment. Follow-ups from him as he hears Tommy shoving things behind him, making noise.
Well, since people are starting to do noise anyway, John is gonna follow suit, and he will start to bash his pike against his shield.
Yep.
And start stomping as he walks. And going, well, that's all right now. You can focus on me. These people have nothing to do, and they won't pose any threat to you. As he starts moving forward and launches into Agare things.
Yep. You can see that immediately all of the eyes are pulled from the Hive in your direction as you presumably start to bloom out of the darkness for them. Tommy is already joining in with your Gara things, of course. The Hive, do you have any follow-up? Yes. Quick
Tommy note, Tommy's actually going to start circling around. He's still drawing attention and making noise, but he's not approaching directly. He wants to try and pull some of them off.
Sure, absolutely. So you and John are kind of splitting from each other, but both still participating in Gara things. What does the Hive wish to do?
I want to aid to care things by throwing the pitcher of cream towards John to make some noise there. But in the meantime, I want to try to use that opportunity to sneak under furniture and like hide behind, curtains and stuff like that. Anything that I can find to get as close as possible to the stage.
Yep, there's a lot of drapes and covers that you can sneak behind, so this works well. But what were you saying?
And ideally for now, try to get to a position where I can hide just below the stage.
Yep.
If I'm hunched over below the stage, I'm assuming I'm not going to be visible, right?
Well, conveniently, as you may know from real life stages, the actual dance floor has an accessible underside. That is covered by cloths, right? And so as the Hive is sneaking closer, he would actually find that he can get directly under the dance floor into kind of like the guts of the building itself, where you can see that there's all sorts of interesting machines and setups to help operate the dance floor. You have no idea what they do, but there's a lot of stuff under here and lots of places to move.
And cables to chew on.
And cables. Spoken like a true rat.
For now, I'm just gonna be there. I'm waiting for someone to come down and strike at them.
Yeah, absolutely.
And not immediately, right? If this is like a civilian, then I'm not attacking like as soon as possible. Just looking for an opportunity.
Yeah, as you slink closer, actions from Olivette.
Yeah, so I had my own. Or rather, Olivette had her own plan in mind, but a new opportunity has presented itself. Because when John starts making a racket, I will smile slightly, and the book that I was holding in one hand, so the keytar is like on a strap, so it's just across my shoulders. But the book I was holding, I just sort of lightly toss it, and it opens in midair, because this tome has 2 common items attached to it, and one of those is just a book protector, which has the ability to hover, and the other is a book light. So when it unfolds itself, the light turns on, and I can see the pages, and also the light can magically turn the pages for me. So I don't need to touch it. However, I'm not actually using it right now, because thanks to John, I don't actually need to use an ability of my own. So the only reason I'm doing that is just so that it's floating instead of being hailed.
Yes.
Because what I'm next going to do is quickly adjust the settings on my keytar, turning the volume up to max, and switching it into like a sort of heavy metal tune, because obviously with keytars you can change what the keys sound like.
Yeah.
So switching it into like heavy metal mode, and then I will just start to play as I add extra noise to the gear things.
And that is a lot of extra noise. As Olivette's noise starts to fill the room, complementing John's clattering and Tommy's like shoving of things around. Follow-up actions from John as he hears his allies joining in with the Garethings, and you can hear Tommy starting to move away from him to circle another side of the stage.
There is. He will start with shouting, "Well, everybody that's not in a roid rage right now, follow my voice, get behind me."
And as you say this, by the way, the guy in the front, presumably Rudyard, yells, "Not a step! Anyone who moves, pops!" And to emphasize it, you can see that he actually closes his eyes and tightens his hand, and he pops the person's head off he was holding. There's a spray of blood, and you hear gasps and screams from the people behind. He lets them fall, still not looking, and reaches behind himself blindly and grabs a second person and holds them up. "I can do this all day."
No, you can't. You didn't even want to do the first one, and I don't think you want to add a second one to your list.
And you can see that rather than responding, he calls to the rest of the guys, "Open up!" And he rears back, and instead of crushing the person, he hurls them bodily at John with the speed of like a baseball pitch. It's a fast projectile person he just hurls at you. The person goes shrieking as they go flying through the air. What does John want to do?
John is gonna brace himself behind the shield.
Mm-hmm.
And if you would let me, with 2 pluses to skill, try to use the extra knockback I think I still get to cushion the blow a bit.
And as you brace up behind the shield, this is like a 150-pound projectile coming at you. Although it's kind of a floppy one. There's a sickening thud where the person hits the shield. A few of their limbs go whipping around it. And you actually feel your like feet skid a little bit back across the floor. The impact is substantial, but you do manage to stay on your feet. You do, however, see that the the rest of the hulking men on stage are just starting to throw people at you guys. And they throw hard. Admittedly, not as hard as Rudyard, but one hurls a woman over towards Olivette's direction, and another 2 start throwing down towards Tommy. Olivette, what do you want to do as a screaming projectile comes wailing towards you?
Okay, quick question. In the last mission, the one that Olivette was on with John, for Julian this is obviously, did you use Gearthinks in that mission?
Yes,
Yeah.
I used
So
all of the abilities.
Yeah, she has
Besides-
definitely seen it happen. So it would probably strike me as odd that these people are able to keep fighting at this point.
Yeah.
I think in my mind, I am imagining Gearthinks as effectively the same as Standoff.
Mm-hmm.
So I think my eyes would probably go wide a bit as I am obviously taken aback by the fact that these people are unaffected. First instant reaction when someone is thrown at me would be to just dive to the side, I suppose.
Yep.
Hurl myself to the ground.
Yeah. You hear them crash past you onto the table, and in the moment where Olivette's music pauses, you can hear Rudyard yell, "No!" And you can see them all start to barrel their way down off the stage, leaping down onto like the next deck below to try to go for the opening that they have made by getting Olivette to drop. John, I'll begin with you before I jump to the other two. This would put them, since you're advancing, you're at this level, you can see that as soon as they clear Olivette, they start to run to your right past you to try to get through this new opening. Actions that you would like to take.
Yes, please. I would like to summon a shield wall.
Fair action.
By turning to my side very gracefully, stomping down and pushing my shield forward, sort of projecting it in a straight line.
Yeah.
Yes, that's about it. I think I would put quite some, John would call it muscle, into it to try to reinforce it as much as I can.
Yeah.
And maybe make that even a little energy work if that's at all possible at this point.
And I should note, as the shield wall pops up, you can see that up in the lead, Rudyard slams into it like a football tackle. And for the first time John has ever seen, his shield wall bends slightly, but it does not break. And Rudyard would bounce backwards off of it. Before we go further with that, Tommy, then the Hive. Tommy, you have gone far enough away when this happens that you can see that the space that is opened up by Olivette having someone thrown at her is now between you and John. Before the shield wall pops up, though, two questions. First of all, you have a person flying at you. Second, so let's deal with that first.
I mean, Tommy's reaction to being attacked is what Tommy's reaction to being attacked usually is, which is his brain partially shuts down and he goes into Furor.
Yeah.
So Tommy's Furor is slightly reskinned from the typical Berserker, which is that rather than a mess of rage, he goes into basically the only thing his brain is capable of thinking about is what is the nearest threat? How do I eliminate it as quickly as possible? How do I survive this fight?
Yeah.
So moral obligations leave his mind. Pain leaves his mind. The only thing that's important is that's a threat. How do I solve it? So I think his response in that state to something flying at him is to hit it with his hammer.
Yeah, absolutely. And then an immediate follow-up after doing so, you can see the five large figures come rushing down kind of in the direction between you and John. The shield wall hasn't popped up yet. You just see big rushing figures moving down.
They're not charging directly at him, which is great because that means that he can follow up and chase down the one closest to him, aiming for its legs with his hammer.
Yeah. And as he swings in, the hammer strike is incredibly heavy. Like enough to completely powder a normal person's leg. And you can see it does trip the man. He goes tumbling face forward, slamming heavily onto the floor next to Tommy because he was standing a little higher than him. The man reaches out to grab Tommy's leg.
Is there any blood?
None.
None. I thought so, yeah. Okay. I think, so Tommy's going to, his hammer is continuing the swing, because of course that's how you swing with a hammer, especially a sledgehammer, is through, not at. And he's going to tense his whole core, and his muscles are going to bulge inhumanly as he uses a warp spasm to be able to even more rapidly than normal redirect the hammer to bring it down on this grasping hand.
Oh, that's sick, yeah. And again, this is the sort of thing that would completely eviscerate a normal person. But in this case, the hand, it does stop moving. It even kind of distends somewhat, as though like you pulped it in the center. But when the hammer is pulled away, the hand looks relatively normal, though unmoving for the moment, and the floor below it has like a sledgehammer-shaped crater in it.
Cool. I think Tommy's going to start dancing backwards, as it were.
Yeah, and even
creating
though
distance.
the hand doesn't like immediately go for him again. It's like slam, and then as he pulls away, it just kind of holds there for a moment. But the man starts to push himself back up to his feet with the absolutely obliterated leg, still completely able to hold his weight and looking like it is pretty much normal already. You can see that even though his face isn't in pain or anything like that, his strange, like his features, too small for the rest of his body, are looking at Tommy with, it's not fear and it's not anger. It looks more like reservation, like more than anything else. Just kind of a more even, focused, serious expression as he is looking towards him. He does, as he starts to pull himself towards his feet, go to step in Tommy's direction, though. What do you want to do?
For now, Tommy's gonna sort of keep his distance. Try to lure him away from the rest of the five.
Yep. And as you are doing so, the Hive, from where you were skittering along the floor, you are actually pretty much directly behind where the large men have jumped down off of the stage and ran into the shield wall, meaning that you are now, like, their backs are to you, and you are through, like, the curtain leading into the underside of the stage. What do you want to do?
Okay.
Or do you want to stay under here?
No. Crawl up and sort of like ready my hand like this, like a falconeering position. That's gonna be my bird action for a phantasm. I want to be summoning a large bird. But anyways, I'm assuming like one of them is probably going to be like way behind, right? They are probably not checking their backs as they are running forwards.
From what you can, like, the curtains are closed, so you can't see them. But from what you can hear, it seems very unlikely that any of them would be checking their backs.
Yeah. So I want to like look from behind the curtains and jump onto the back of the last person to be leaving the stage.
Absolutely. Your
and as I'm doing that,
stupid high, right?
Yes. 4 pluses.
That's what I thought. Yeah, jumping onto someone's back is very easy then. Boink.
Yeah, and then just sort of like readjust my falconeering stance. So instead of just like holding my hand out like this for the falcon to land, I want to sort of like beckon it to come to me, like fly to me. Yeah. And with that, I want to activate a phantasm of like a large bird, sort of like flying, skydiving towards one of the guys in the back. Yeah. But going for his head specifically.
Sure.
But at the same time, I want to jump on his back using my sneakers, which provide me with excellent
grip.
You have
those now, I forget.
Yes, I have those sneakers. It's an item from the Freerunner.
Yeah.
And so I want to abuse my excellent grip while I'll jump onto their backs and use my stiletto to try to peck at, try to like reach for their eyes.
Yeah.
But make it seem like it's the bird that's pecking at them.
Oh, I see what you mean. The first one that you're on, as the bird comes swooping down, he doesn't fully seem to see it, and as such just kind of flinches and covers his head. But with you being on his back, you can still get an angle to get around into his eye. And as you do so, he doesn't scream or cry out in pain. You just hear him say, "Birds, what the damn hell is going on here?" From this one, do you want to stay on him or hop to another one?
And he says that after I drive the stiletto into his eye. Do I think that eye is destroyed?
No idea.
Like, oh, okay, so it could have, but it didn't like bounce off, right?
No, it went in.
All the way in?
Up to the hill.
I mean, at the same time, I guess I'll then just like sort of like send the phantasm off to a side.
Yep.
I don't even care about like making this look realistic. Like suddenly the bird just like flops over to a side. Yep. In such a way that it would make him look after like where the phantasm is going, so that I get like another good angle at the other eye.
Yeah.
So if this is high pain tolerance, at least he's blinded now.
Yeah, absolutely. As you do so, you see that he again just kind of like claws at his face. And after you take out his second eye, he says, can't see nothing, guys."
Okay. So
again, very calm, like remarkably not in pain.
Well, at least Dude, those are going to regenerate, I think, but whatever. So I am going to drop off his bag before he realizes, and look if I have been observed by anyone else.
No, you
obviously
have not.
I would. Okay. Closest target to me. That's sort of like still away from the main fight.
Yep. There's another one kind of to your left who is going after Tommy.
Okay, nice. So I can distract him, I guess. And sort of like throwing my sleeve around like this, I want to again bring the phantasm of the bird to just fly straight like past his face like this.
Yeah.
To just sort of shock him.
And Tommy, you would see that as you're kind of moving backwards and he's getting up to his feet, a fucking bird would just go like whipping past his face, and you'd see that his eyes, despite himself, would like follow it.
Wait, that was the boss. That's the boss, right?
It is not the one who has been speaking. The one who is going.
Okay, good. Okay. I want to just like jump straight at him and again try to get an eye out.
Yep.
With a stiletto.
Tommy, you see that the hive lands on his back and drives his knife deep into the man's eye. He doesn't flinch at all at this, but you can see that he just kind of like waves wildly with his hand. His other hand reaches behind him, though.
I'd like to use that distraction to leap forward and bring the sledgehammer down on his head, in particular on the knife that is now sticking out of his eye.
Oh, yes, that'd do it. And Tommy's sledgehammer pile drivers the knife not only through the man's eye. Remember how I said his head is kind of like in his shoulders? The knife comes out his shoulder. And so the hive would almost get stabbed by his own knife. No blood once again. And you can see that your sledgehammer is like embedded in his face. And you can see, however, his other eye kind of like looks at you with some level of discontent. Even though he is still completely lucid, the force of your blow has knocked him reeling onto his back. The hive, you are falling backwards because you're on this man's back as he's being knocked onto.
Well, with 4 pluses to reflex and the sneakers, I want to just crawl over his back so that I'm like on his torso and then jump off.
Yep, now he's on his front and then he jumps up. And to Tommy, you would see this strange creature moving like fluid and kind of shaped like a person, and then bike off again. The knife is still in the man's head, poking out of his shoulders and back. And from his position on the floor, you hear him call to his comrades, "They got a good one on me. That was a good one." Ugh. And the grunt is not in pain. It's in like old man grunt of pulling himself off the floor as he starts to try to lift himself up again. Immediate follow-ups from Tommy before I jump over to Olivette and John.
I think Tommy is once again he's going to dance back. He's actually going to set the sledgehammer aside.
Yeah.
He wants to try something else, and he's going to draw from his hip. He's got a machete.
Yeah.
So he's just going to sort of drop the sledgehammer to the side and draw his machete.
Is he going to approach or stay where he is?
Once again, he's gonna try and he is assuming that these guys, especially now that he's seen how durable they are, he does not want to get grabbed.
Yeah.
So he's trying to force them to make mistakes and overextend.
Absolutely. Briefly checking in with Olivette, then John, then back to Olivette, and then probably back to John again. After diving off of the table, with Kitar kind of clattering around you, what would you want to do after landing, with the poor person thrown at you, landing in an awful heap amongst the rest of the tables?
I would scowl slightly before getting my expression back under control, and then stand up and smooth down my hair and brush down my dress, which would not have been, like, probably not damaged when I fell, but obviously I did not appreciate having to jump aside. It's not
this would be
dignified.
the point at which John's shield wall would appear, and you would actually see one of the shields like dunk, like dent slightly as the men strike into it. So this would be just a little ways in front of you. and
Okay.
one tier up.
Okay. And as far as I can tell, did summoning this shield wall end John's attempt at noise making, or is
The
he still doing
Garethynx
that?
is still active to some degree.
Okay, cool. Well, in that case, Keytar's still at max volume. I will just play again. Although I guess to start with, my playing is going to be a little bit experimental, as I just check the keys to make sure everything's still working and in order, didn't break it.
As Olivette is getting back into playing, John, jumping over to you. You have created your shield wall. They slam into it. And within moments of them slamming, you would also see the Hive pop out of seemingly fucking nowhere and knife one of them in the eyes while a goddamn bird comes swooping down in front of him. But amidst all this pandemonium, John would still have 3 of them, mostly turning their attention towards him, including Rudyard, who looks at him with his distended head kind of perched awkwardly. And he just kind of shakes his head and says, "If you're not with us, you're against us. I don't know who you are, I don't know where you're from, but this is an evil man, and you're an evil man for working with him."
John, tried to back up the sounds he's trying to make, but muting them a bit so people can hear him talk. Yeah. Look, Richard, everyone here has felt more men than you have met in your life. I don't want you to be among them. And I know that both of us are evil right now. You have killed and I have killed. So what say you? Do you want to continue this, or do you want to talk this out like civilized people?
There's nothing civilized about this, mister.
Well, to that response, John is going to increase the sound of the Garethynx again and trying to menacingly walk towards Rudyard.
Yeah. You see that Rudyard actually takes a step back, despite himself. But as he does so, he says, "I don't know what kind of hold you got on me, but I feel it." He shakes his head again as though trying to get a fly off of it. He says, "Are you any different from him? Got a way to get your talons into someone? Make them do what you want?"
I'm trying my best not to kill people any given time, and this is just like any given time.
People don't die when he takes them.
Well, that's splendid then, I guess. Although I do think you've got some objections to that, but I don't think that's any of my concern right now, as I still trying to enunciate every point by ending it with a clank on the shield.
If it's not your concern, then I think I know what I need to do. You see, he literally is telegraphing the punch second by second. He balls up his fist and kind of kneads it in place, and he looks towards you and he starts to turn his body. And he starts to... he's moving so slowly. You can see... It's almost like the Garethynx is forcing him to move 5 seconds slower than he normally would. But he turns his body and starts to rear back to drive his fist into your normal shield that you're carrying.
Well, John is going to use that opportunity to drop down.
Yep.
Isn't there still
almost
a shield
instinctively.
Wall?
Yes.
Oh, what was that, Reece?
Isn't there still a shield wall between them? He bounced
off. The shield wall is not between them. The shield wall is between them and getting off of the stage. So John has effectively forced them to come to him.
Okay,
instead of barreling
that was
past
the intention.
him. Yeah.
So
you were saying?
Out of instinct, diving down and then trying to jam his pike in center mass.
Yeah. And the punch, when it comes, his fist flies very fast. However, with John having all this time to ready for it, John's skill stat giving him that extra bit of precision, he manages to barely squeak past it and get the pike clean up into Rudyard's abdomen. The pike, it has the discharging effect on it as well, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and so you can see Rudyard would freeze for a moment. And it does seem like this actually pauses him more than some of the other wounds you've seen briefly inflicted on these guys. But it does seem to be only for a moment. Any immediate follow-ups from John during the moment that Rudyard is frozen in place?
Do I have a good angle into his armpit, I think is the word.
His armpit is kind of awkward because of how big his body is, but with a sidestep you could get up into it.
Yeah, then that's what's going to happen. Trying to get myself out of harm's way by going under his arm and then jamming the pike in there.
Yep. another discharge. You hear he doesn't grunt or anything like that, but again, he like is starting to move to go for you, and then he's like paused again by the sudden discharge. As this is happening, however, one of his two cohorts goes barreling up behind him towards you, because now you're kind of at Rudyard's side, which makes you a little more exposed to him. What do you want to do?
A quick guesstimate towards the speed of the punch. Would I be able to take one?
Oh, tough to say. Based on what John has seen, it would be a dicey one. What's his resilience? Is it 2 or 3?
2.
2? Dicey. Probably wouldn't die.
But he probably wouldn't stand too much to profit off of
Probably
the effect either way. So this might be a bit awkward with his shield, but he's going to attempt the roll backwards and just letting the man go through.
Do you have a reflex stat?
Yes, 1+.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna say yes. It's gonna be a little undignified, but you can get back onto your feet. The man, you can see as you move away, kind of like stops himself and doesn't follow through the punch. You can see that he's also kind of like slowed, so to speak. Like his actions are delayed. And as he pauses next to Rudyard, as Rudyard is kind of regathering himself, you can see the man next to him say, "What are we even doing here, Rud? We gotta find that bastard." And Rudyard says, "Yeah, them won't let us though. Gotta get through them. Gotta push through them." And you can see that he's, again, trying to ball up his fist, trying to push through your Gera things to attack you again. But it's taking a lot of effort out of these guys to even try to make attacks towards you.
If I can interject with something.
Yeah.
Have I seen this attack?
From your perspective, no, your back would be to actually after you jump off of the
360 vision.
Yeah, back.
Yes.
After you jump off of the guy, yeah, you would be able to pick out this engagement happening. There's
Okay.
3 other ones that you haven't thus far dealt with, though admittedly the first one you dealt with is starting to recover himself. There's 2 that are focusing on John, and there's a third one who is literally taking the shield wall and trying to peel it apart. Which Olivette would see as 2 gigantic and meaty hands actually managing to get between the shield wall shields, not an easy feat by any means, and incredibly slowly starting to part them, like forcibly opening an elevator door.
Okay. Does it look like he's going to be able to attack John again?
The 2 that
Is
are
he
close
like-
to him?
No. The guy that was like punching him, right?
Oh yeah.
Wanted to punch him.
It looks like he's working on it. Let's put it that way.
Okay. When it looks like he's going to go for another attack, I want to call the bird towards the guy and have it like crash into his face in a way that it covers his vision entirely.
Oh, I see. So like swoop around
Yeah.
and like fly.
Yeah,
into
just like land on his face and like cover his face with the wings of the bird.
John, you would see the bird. You have no idea where it came from, but you know the Hive's on the mission, so that's a good guess. The bird comes swooping around towards Rudyard as he starts to ready his fist up again. What would John like to do?
Well, since the regular electric isn't going to work, apparently, too much, he will pick out whoever of them is closer. And he will try something, probably stupid, as he remembers his basically electric wiring 101 class from way back, and trying to map that to what he understands the human nervous system to be. And with the next jab of the pike, he will try to fuse a lot of the nerves together to basically shortcut them into producing pain.
Oof! Wow. Arcane stat?
None. Baseline.
Yeah.
It's I would consider it an energy work, but again, no arcane.
Yeah. I'd say it's probably closer to manifestation because they're a pretty novel effect, but it still goes off of something. And so as you jab in again towards Rudyard and strike him, you feel that the pike doesn't love this. It's definitely overcharging it to some degree. And you can see that where it hits Rudyard, he again blinks and freezes up for a moment. And when you pull the pike away, there's 2 things. First of all, he looks like he's going back to normal pretty quickly once again. But you can see where you struck. There is a brief marking. Normal, yeah. The marking looks almost like imagine you took like a little circle, like a little ring, and you threw it randomly onto a newspaper. Imagine like the random assortment of letters that would be revealed by it. So imagine that appearing very briefly where you struck and then fading again.
So, you've enchanted yourself, have you? Very nice party trick. What's the source of that?
You can see that he kind of shakes himself out of the shock and says,
"Call it what you like. I call it necessary."
Spending souls of our own, are we?
Only mine.
He again brings his fist up, and you can see him like grit his teeth for the first time and furrow his brow as he tries to push through. It looks like he's about to succeed. However, the Hive, any other actions from you after covering his vision with the bird enough for John to strike him? Do you have a follow-up you'd like to take?
So there are 3 in front of John, right?
There's 2 in front of John. Then you and Tommy dealt with one who's working on it. And then you dealt with one who's mostly back and is trying to help the last one who's prying open the shield wall.
Okay. And he has just sort of like, I imagine, like thrown the bird to the ground, right?
Not even like when the bird was coming in, he did flinch, but then John electrocuted him to the point where he couldn't respond anyways.
Okay. I mean, whatever, this doesn't even need to be believable. At this point, the bird may as well be just like a piece of limp, wet newspaper. I want to bring it up back again, like into his face to cover his vision. And then at the same time, run for the guy that's trying to open the shield wall, who is undamaged.
Yeah.
Grabbing my stiletto. Grabbing my stiletto.
Oh, well, we'll get to that in a moment. But the guy next to Rudyard would be like, "Get this bloody thing out of here," trying to push the bird out of the way. His hand goes right through it. Before we go further with that, though, I'm going to have the Hive would figure out something a bit concerning, which is that the guy you drove the stiletto into is also trying to get it out and can't.
Wait, so the stiletto didn't go through?
No, it's stuck in him. It's poking out the back.
Yeah, I probably mentioned that at the time.
Yeah, I thought it kind of like flew out of the back.
Yeah, it did not go all the way.
What the hell? Any sharp objects around? Broken bar stools or something.
Better than that, the broken cream jug you threw earlier.
Dude, that's not a great stabbing weapon.
Speaking of sharp objects, though, Tommy, you have a machete.
Yes. So this guy has managed to get back to his feet, but he's focused
not
on
quite
trying to
back
get
to his feet. He's like crouching and is like trying to pull out the blade that's lodged in his back.
Cool. Then Tommy is going to slowly sort of circle around him a bit, and then he's going to dance in, and he's going to swing. And his aim is to sever the guy's arm at his wrist.
Yeah. The machete hacks in. And this is not like an all your muscle into it humongous swing. And so you can see that the machete goes like halfway through. But normally a machete blow from Tommy would take a hand off without any issue whatsoever. So it does not go all the way through. You hear the guy, this is the hand he was trying to fish for the knife with, and you hear him like say, "Dadgummit, give me," and he starts to actually pull you around his body because the machete is stuck to him and you're holding onto the machete.
Tommy's gonna plant his feet, give it a tug, and try to just draw the blade out.
You pop it out. You see that the man seemingly doesn't fully understand what happened to his wrist, so he kind of like pokes at the gap in it. And you even see before your eyes it start to seal again. He says, "All right," and then reaches back around to keep working.
Great, that means I can hit it again. Aiming for the same spot.
And this time you take the hand off, and yet it doesn't move. Even though there is a full line through it, the hand keeps handing.
That is a great sentence.
And he even pulls it back, and it moves with the arm. And you see him, like, peer through, and then, like, slowly move his hunking body to, like, look around and see what keeps chopping his hand off.
Okay. I'll be honest. That's gonna terrify Tommy.
Yeah.
Not that he can feel a ton of that fear, but like his so it's like he doesn't feel the fear, but his brain goes into overdrive trying to figure out what's going on. How do I solve this problem?
Yeah.
And I think uncharacteristically he freezes for a moment before deciding that the most important thing is to maintain distance. And once again, he's gonna although this time instead of trying to pull the guy away, he's gonna move back towards the stage and towards the center of the group.
Absolutely. As you move back towards the stage, you actually feel hands at your back trying to help you up onto the stage.
Oh, that's not... they're going to get an elbow to the face.
Yep. And you feel people stumble backwards. You don't hear what goes on, but as you get up, you feel no other attempts to help or touch you. Before we go further with this, though, Olivette, you are blasting music. And you would see the hands first get through, start to slowly peel apart the shield wall, and then a second set of hands. So one person on each side. And they are actually managing to open the shield wall.
Okay, good. I will say I've been doing this music playing for a while now, so I would have been walking towards them as I'm doing that. So
yes,
that I'm
absolutely.
near the shield wall.
Mm-hmm.
And due to this gap they're opening in the shield wall, or potentially just due to looking at my side, depending on where exactly the hive is, can I see them approaching?
Okay, when do you see the hive? You do not see the hive. You can easily hear the hive.
Okay.
You have a good idea of what the hive sounds like.
Sure.
And even though you're making quite a lot of noise, you are controlling the noise. So you can listen during breaks in your play or when you're transferring your hands, things like that. Okay,
cool. Right. In that case, I would like to... So what I do is I get close to the two of them, and whichever one is slightly further away from the hive is the one that I will go for.
Mm-hmm.
What I want to do is just bring my song to a natural sort of crescendo type climax in the song. And then, after I finish playing, just let go of the guitar, and without any particular, haste, I do this quickly, obviously, because I have a point in reflex and 2 in skill, but I'm not rushing. Just smoothly draw my handgun, which is a reskinned revolver, and with both hands point it at one of the guy's eyes, and then pull the trigger, because both of his hands are occupied holding the shields.
They are.
Pull the trigger and trick shot.
Ooh.
I want the bullet to bounce off the inside of his skull and come out of his other eye.
I say categorically yes. And you would see a hole and then a second hole. And you can see that he lets go and puts his hands up to his face. And he says, "Something took out my eyes," to the other one. And the other one says, "Well, do you hear that pop? Firearm probably. It's not a big deal, just keep pulling." And he says, "I'd like to be able to see." He rubs vigorously at his eyes. And the other one says, "Oh, it'll be back. Come on, put some elbow grease into it." What do you want to do?
I think my first reaction would be to just, sigh. And then I just say, I was really hoping that would be sufficient. But, oh well. We try things. Sometimes they work.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think if the hive has not made an appearance by this point, then I will just aim my gun at the other one, as I like cock the gun again and just attempt to fire an ordinary shot into the other guy's eye to see how that goes.
You can see that he says, "Yeah, I just lost one too."
Durable fellows, aren't you?
My God.
You see that he does not even stop pulling as he loses an eye.
Yeah. I think at this point I have probably, although obviously the gunshots are pretty loud themselves, at this point I have probably taken enough of a break from music playing, so I will give up on guns since they don't seem to be helping much, and I will holster my handgun and back away from the shield wall now as I continue playing to support this Garethings if it's still.
And a good thing too, the Garethings was about to fade.
Yes.
But it has a little juice left in it. Not going to be lasting much longer. You can keep it up for a little bit. You can see that as you do so, the Hive. Actually, before the Hive, I want to jump back to John briefly. Okay, so John, you have two lined up. They have this frickin' bird bothering them, and you can see that the bird now is up in the face of Rudyard, and his buddy comes in and tries to like shoo it away. His hand goes right through it, and he would say, "Rudd, it's not real. It's not real." And Rudyard just kind of nods as he's clearly focusing on his fist to try to get through the Garethings. And this is the point at which Olivette pauses, and you can see Rudyard, and he rushes John.
John, never in the mood to stop people about to make a mistake, would just try to sidestep or side roll if necessary.
Yeah. And a side roll is going to be necessary. This is a broad man. And as you rush him, he goes barreling past you, but he seems to take the barrel past you in stride and crashes through a banister, landing on the level below and saying, "I'm through!" And he starts to make a break for the exit. Actions from John.
Anybody else seem in a good position to follow?
The guy who was right next to him immediately starts to rush after him, going towards the space that you had to roll out of the way from.
Well, then first action is going to try something very morally grey. John is going to try to pike the person in the groin as they rush towards him.
As you do so, your pike misfires. Its battery has been taxed pretty substantially. So you still drive a pole into his groin, right? But it doesn't go off, except maybe like an electric snap in your hand. And you can see that he smashes into this thing and keeps moving as though he's a car, right? He doesn't even grunt. He doesn't move. Whatever his nads seem just as immune as the rest of him. And you can feel your pike being wrenched from your hand as he just drives through.
Oh, John is just going to let it go.
Yeah, immediate follow-ups from him as the man is getting like level with him. He's not even trying to attack you, just get past you.
John is trying to figure something out. So they have enchanted their bodies, and they're using their soul as fuel. With a sort of conservation of energy background, does it feel like their actions are expending the soul faster?
From what you can see, you have not seen anyone react to a Garethings like they do. This kind of like slow, deliberate, almost trying to charge themselves up to push past it. That feels to John like needing to draw extra power. It feels like it, right? In a way much beyond what a normal human would have to do. So John's hypothesis here feels, if nothing else, in the right direction.
Well, we are going to try something funny. So I have a perk on 2 arms, which lets me summon things that are more tool than weapon.
Mm-hmm.
And John has noticed that there is a bunch of people around that someone else might not even consider people. And then there's also the hostages he might have somewhat convinced with the gear things.
Mm-hmm.
I might need 1 second to figure out what cool tool to put into all those hands.
Of course. You can have your moment. There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
In any event, jumping back over to the Hive, you were going for the one who is uninjured as of yet.
I mean, is any of them uninjured? No.
I mean,
Because Olivette has shot both of them in the eye, right?
that's true. You see that one of them stepped back and is rubbing his eyes. The other one is still trying to pull the shield wall despite having a shot put through his eye.
Okay. So that one is presumably only has one eye, right?
Yeah.
No, I guess I haven't seen the trick shot, meaning that I would assume both of them to be missing just one eye.
Exactly.
I didn't get my knife though, right? That's still a twist. Okay. Is at this point the boss of the group like running away, or
Yes,
is
the
he still
boss
not doing it?
has gotten past John and is barreling towards the exit.
Okay. Throw a smoke bomb towards the exit.
It explodes into paint fumes. And you can see the great hulking man pause for a second and kind of like wave his hand wildly and take a couple swings at enemies that aren't there. What would the Hive like to do after doing so?
At the same time, take out my folding fan, start fanning myself to sort of like draw attention to myself, seem like a lady in distress. And at this point, the Hive exclaims slowly, "Furniture! We, the Hive, are in need of knives."
And as you do so, you hear from a nearby banister, "Of course, I will put in the request and they will come momentarily."
That's a luck pitch. One plus 2 luck that there's a knife.
You can see that the banister uncoils one feeble little arm, and then kind of like takes a quick note on a little pad, and then folds up the pad and folds up the sheet of paper and like flicks their finger and the paper disappears.
Okay. So no knives around.
No knife appears instantaneously.
Okay. That sucks. The boss seems to be still like willing to go through the smoke bomb, right?
He does seem willing. He's just going a little slowly. I should note, though, your fan draw did gain some attention. Namely, the first guy that you stabbed is now completely recovered, and rather than going for the shield wall, you are kind of standing in his way to get to there, and you can see that he is stomping over towards you, reaching out a hand towards you, saying,
Hold on there, what are you asking about?
The blind one.
previously blind, not anymore. He can see just fine.
And the eyes are back? Or
Yep.
can he just...
Fully back.
Fuck. Okay. I think the Hive is just like backing off in shock. Kind of like playing, pretending to be like defenseless, but at the same time like genuinely being shocked, right?
Yeah.
Because this is pretty much the only move I can do against them, and they just kind of get better, I suppose.
He lunges out with his hand to try to grab you by the hood.
Okay. So immediately the Hive just like falls backwards on its back.
Yep.
And then just like scutters away under a
Classic slink. Yep.
Yes.
And he says, "Come back, you slippery little..." And he crashes after you, but you manage to, like, the Hive has slunk around this area, so he knows where to go. He slinks out of the way and then crashes into a piece of furniture, which he rips through easily, but you're out of his reach at this point.
Okay. Peek up from behind the table and check what the others are doing, because this is problematic.
Well, a couple of things. You can see that Olivette is back to playing. And in fact, the moment when the man lunged after you was the point where she paused. As soon as she got back to playing again, he's stopped pursuing you, stands back up, and goes over to try to peel open the shield wall with his two compatriots.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
As he is doing so, you can see that John is over on side past the second guy who was going to follow Rudyard. That is at a pause at the moment because Olivette has started playing music again. But lastly, you can see Tommy is up on the dance stage, and actually we're about to see what he does. Tommy, actions you would like to take now that you've elbowed the hands.
Is my warp spasm off cooldown?
Yes, it is.
Cool. So, seeing that one of the quarry is pulling away, Tommy is going to basically turn his whole body into a spring. And he's gonna coil back, and with a warp spasm that literally travels through his body, starting from the legs and pulsing these bulging muscles up through his body, to the point, I think, where in some places his skin literally rips and he starts bleeding.
Yeah.
He's going to fling his machete, the goal being to try and at least temporarily pin Rudyard to the wall.
Oof, that's quite cool. And as the machete whips across the room, spinning wildly through the air, Rudyard is standing still for the moment. Again, fighting in the potential
fighting
enemies.
phantasms.
Yeah, fighting phantasms, so to speak, in the smoke bomb. The machete slams into his shoulders at massive speed. And you can see that he staggers wildly. And then reaches behind, pulls the machete out of his back, looks at it for a second, and then uses it to smash open the door.
Oh, good. I gave him a weapon. I think that's about as much brain power as Tommy is able to devote to...
Tommy would spot something, though. Even though his sensory isn't great, and Rudyard is in a darker section of the room, he would see very faintly that his machete went quite deep and, like, literally cut the spine, right? However, he sees strange markings along Rudyard's back, around where the wound was. And though Rudyard then stumbles out of sight, it looks, even though Tommy's a ways away and definitely can't make them out, it looks like words.
This is not something we've noticed on the others.
Not something that Tommy has noticed for sure. The only other person
Right.
who's seen anything like this thus far is John, but this is a much bigger instance of it.
Regardless, I think that's about as much energy as Tommy can devote to anything other than the most immediate threat to himself, though it does look like he's got some leeway in that since the other men are all distracted.
Yeah, and again are moving sluggishly.
So I think Tommy is going to dart for his sledgehammer again.
Yeah, easily done. He would just leap off the stage and take it up.
Yep. And so currently one of them is attacking John, and
Yeah,
three of them are attacking the shield wall.
Exactly right.
So I think Tommy is gonna chase up behind this one that's attacking John and slam his sledgehammer into his back.
Speaking of which, John, you had been working on that potential potential two arms. However, the man who had rushed towards you is again held at bay by the renewed Garethings. You see that he again is trying to work his fist into the place where it will actually do what he wants, but as he is doing so, he gets caved in the head by a sledgehammer to the back, and he goes smashing to the floor in front of you. Sorry for the clap. As he smashes into the ground, you see a massive sledgehammer-shaped divot in the back of his head, and Tommy behind him. Any follow-ups from John? Anything that he would like to do?
Yes. We are going to start with, since this is as good a time as any, for him to pull out a small disc-shaped projector, throwing it in front of him, like between him and the guy.
Yeah.
And a holographic rally point is spawned that then is met by a few of his people.
Yep.
There's still only 7, though, from the 8 there were at some point. Anyway, having done that, John is going to raise his arm and he says, "Well, good people around here, I need your help. If you raise your hand, you will be armed with a state-of-the-art..." And my brain doesn't want to produce the word for the weapon I'm thinking of, which is, I want to call it a blowgun, or an air rifle of that kind, if you let me get away with it.
By blowgun, are you thinking, or are you thinking...
Yes. Well, whichever one works, but I think that the blow one is probably the one that's
If
more
you're
in
looking
line
for
with
something
the
like
ability.
a tranquilizer dart of some kind, you could
Yes.
do either. If you went with blowgun, since it's lower tech, you could hit more people.
And it's probably also going to be easy for them to use because they're 1920s people.
Yeah.
And I want, as you suggested, the darts to have whatever amount of tranquilizer and whatever strength of tranquilizer you will let me get away with, basically.
Yeah.
The equivalent John would think of would be more something between an elephant and a rhino.
Yeah. And to continue your speech after you say you'd be armed with this, what will you say afterwards?
Well, and if you see anybody big and imposing, just shoot, blow this at them.
You can see that the people on stage are still in like a varying stages of shock and terror and complete like abandonment of hope. However, you can see among the group, which is again like 50-ish people, 3 or 4 hands pop up. But in addition, another 3 or 4 hands pop up among the furniture. One nearby says,
Of course I will assist you, sir.
and another one says,
I have no mouth, yet I will attempt to.
And that would also include any allies that listen in on this and want to be armed with something like that.
Tommy can read lips. Will he do so?
It's not Tommy's style, the proposed weapon. Besides which, I think Tommy is focused on, at this point, seeing as he's behind this big guy that he's dropped to the ground, he's taking the opportunity to just rain blows down upon him as fast as he can with the hammer.
This is
While
shockingly
also-
effective. Keeping him down.
While also periodically trying to, like, glance around himself to make sure that there's no threats approaching.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
And as the little blowguns start to appear, Olivette.
So you say, well, Julian said it would include allies as well. So,
Yes.
can I, like, as he's asking for this, can I hold out my hand to receive one? But not like raising my hand like this, but literally just holding it out. But at the same time, I also want to stop playing on my guitar and say myself, we have come here to save you. If you can aid us at all in that, it would be greatly beneficial for your own sakes. And it seems these men cannot be killed. Only by what's the word? Paralyzing, I guess, incapacitating them, and then tossing them somewhere they cannot harm anyone. Will we be able to protect you? Please help us do so. And I will remind you that I have the ceremonial raiment, which has the effect of increasing my veracity. So they think I'm being truthful, basically.
Now, as you are doing so, in the moment that Olivette is saying this, the shield wall is finally ripped open.
I have an action in response to that, if I may.
Yes, of course.
Are all of the men still in the room, including the boss? I'm
The
assuming
boss?
he's like.
The boss has
Yeah.
left the room. He has fled.
How recently?
This would be within seconds.
Okay. At the top of my lungs, the Hive wants to just like pop in, like in a random spot, climb on a table to be visible by everyone. Again, flash the falling fan, like do a flourish gesture so that everyone sees, and then sort of like flap it around nervously. As I'm going to scream at the top of my lungs, Jericho Dell! And like point somewhere. And hope to draw the attention of like all of those guys. Hopefully even the boss.
And as you do so, you see that as the shield wall is ripped open, there are 3 that are on their feet right now. And of them, all but one whip their head around, where? And start to look. One of the ones who whips around looks to you and reaches out to grab you. You have information, give it to us.
Okay. Another question. Since I was gone, John seemed to have some sort of like an encouraging speech for weapons.
Yeah.
What sort of weapon was that?
It's a blowgun.
Blowgun.
Probably the single least useful weapon for the Hive.
Well, the darts is still something they might be able to
sucks.
fling. So
I like the idea of 10
you
rats
can-
trying to all blow together.
It could be like a flute.
So,
Yeah, I was
they
gonna say,
get like a little they get
just
like
nibble
a
little
bellows.
holes.
No, they get bellows.
I want to say you don't
bellows.
even need to fling the darts. You could just walk up and prick
Poke
them.
people
right?
with it, yeah.
The Hive.
Okay. I guess the Hive just sort of like points, folds the folding fan to just like make it, like a bunch of sticks and paper to show like a random direction where there's like a doorway, and it seems like it leads somewhere.
Yeah.
To just like point there and then immediately like slick away.
As you
Try
go to
to get out
slink,
of
the
reach.
man goes to try to grab you and like try to tuck you under his arm. The Hive is already mid-slink though, so it doesn't quite work. Instead, the man tries to do like a secondary grab, but it both miss, and he instead ignores the Hive and leaps through the now broken shield wall, not towards Olivette, but kind of immediately to her right, in like a great jump out from this tier of the room.
Another question: do I know what Jericho then looks like?
The Enclave. You have an illusionist in your group. The Enclave would absolutely have given you a picture.
Okay. Would Phantasm be of cooldown?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Can I use the point with the falling fan as well to summon him, like in the hall?
Yes, you can. And
That's absolutely what I'm doing then.
it's quite dark out there. How are you going to make sure they see him?
I kind of pointed the falling fan that way, right?
Yeah.
The falling fan should be able to direct attention, so I hope they kind of see him.
In that case, the man leaping through would yell so loudly that the room would shake slightly. There he is! Get on! And goes plowing like an elephant through the room, slamming furniture, throwing things flying. Olivette, he doesn't go towards you, but he does bash the table you are on as he is passing incidentally.
Oh, I didn't realize I was on a table still.
Well,
I thought I jumped off that ages ago.
I thought you said that you climbed back into position.
No, I was just backing away from the guys who were
Thank you.
about
Pardon
to
me. In
break
that
through
case,
the
no
shield wall.
table issue. So,
Okay, cool.
Follow-up actions from Olivette. After he goes, the other two here go pelting through the now open section after him. So you have three
Nice.
big angry men running out the opposite exit from where the boss went.
Okay, quick question first of all. The two arms, did my helpful little speech cause anybody else to decide to join in?
You now have 6 of the people up on the stage, as
Nice.
well as 10 furniture pieces, plus Olivette and John.
Awesome. So,
And
yeah.
the 7 Bannermen.
Yes.
Oh,
thank you.
yes. Yeah, those guys, yeah. So, yeah, first of all, not sure how effective this is going to be, but I will holster my gun. No, I already did that. I just stopped playing the keytar. That's
Yep.
what I was doing. Yeah, so stop playing the keytar and blow a dart into the back of the guy who's nearest me to
Yep.
see if it is any use.
Absolutely no immediate effect.
Yeah. Okay. Having done that, I will turn and saunter through the shield wall and walk calmly up to the stage where all of the people are located.
The shield wall is starting to dissipate, by the way, having been actively ripped open. And the people up on stage are finally starting to break out of their petrified stupor. The few security people still among them, who seem to be the majority of the ones who got blowpipes, are starting to try to say, all right, stand back, we're going to get into groups, we're going to go under the stage. They're not going to look under the stage. We're all going to, it's going to be tight fit, but we need to get under the stage, keep out of sight, and hopefully we can pull this thing in for a landing soon. Emergency landing. As you're getting up onto stage, what do you want to do?
I wish to speak to the people,
Yeah.
using my raiment, of course, again, as usual. And I would like to say to them, do you know if there are any emergency escape vehicles that any of you could use on this ship? Or will
And-
you be forced to rely on landing?
As you ask around, one of the security men looks to you, blinks for a second, and says,
Only taxis from the ground come up, and vice versa. The only vehicle we keep on site at all times is Mr. Dell's personal escape vehicle.
I see. And given that he has chosen not to use it, I assume it's not accessible from his quarters.
Oh, it is, but if he has not used it, it is likely compromised.
That
I
would
wouldn't be
make
surprised
sense.
if they took it out first.
Yes, logical. In that case, I would ask that those of you who have chosen to bear arms assist us in subduing the people who are attempting to rampage around this vessel. If we can get them to falter temporarily, it may be possible to fling them overboard. Although they do have special abilities, they seem to be more of the physical nature. I do not think it is likely that they will be able to return here from ground level if we can drop them.
one of the security men says,
We have a whole lot of folk here we need to take care of, too. At least a few of us should focus on getting them to safety, or at least getting them to a hiding place.
Yes,
Maybe
it
the
is a
kitchens?
good... Perhaps. I would say that hiding them here under the stage, as was mentioned, is perhaps not the best possible location for them, given that it is right below where they are currently standing, and so possibly the first place that your attackers will look should they return.
They don't want to go past...
and he points down to where Tommy is still beating the shit out of the one on the ground.
Yes, well, he is an associate of mine.
No, on the ground. That one.
Ah, yes. Fortunately, he seems to be incapacitated, at least temporarily.
I don't know about that.
Several of us have these, holding up the blowgun. If we try blowing a few of these darts into him, it may slow him sufficiently for my ally to fling him overboard.
Well, let's do that.
Speaking of, though, where is the nearest edge of the ship?
He says,
There's not edges, there's ports.
Port.
I
then,
can
of course.
I can show you the closest port once
he points down again towards the ground.
that's out of the way.
Of course. How far would it be to walk there?
Quick,
We may need to tranquilize him repeatedly if the doses wear off quickly.
pretty quick, but he's very heavy.
All right. Thank you. Then everyone, let us attempt to see how valuable these darts are. And
Before we go further, I'm sure John has thoughts on that too. But also, Tommy. Actions that Tommy would like to take as he's pulping this guy. And every time he slams, he can see the giant divots slowly pop back into place, piece by piece. Actions from Tommy and actions from John.
So, if you let me, I can make it quick. John is gonna tell his 7 people to pelt the people, and I think since they are pre-armed, they have dart guns instead of blowguns. Just to pelt the big hulking dudes with it, and then he's going to try and follow Rudyard.
Yeah. Tommy, what actions would you like to take?
So, to what extent is Tommy successfully wedging the guy down into the floor?
He is actually doing a great job of keeping him down, and he's doing a great job of bashing the floor in. In fact, even though he can't hear it, his feet can feel the floor working on giving way from how many times he's mashed it with his sledgehammer.
Okay. So I was sort of thinking like cartoon style that Tommy might be able to like trap the guy in the floor, but it sounds like if he keeps wailing, the floor is more likely to give way and collapse.
At least a section of it.
I think Tommy. I think even though Tommy recognizes that this is unsustainable, he doesn't have another solution, and this is the best way he can keep this guy from being a threat, and so he's gonna keep hammering.
Might and vigor stats.
Might is 2, vigor is 1. He is also, I think, still in Furor.
Okay, I think that he is still in Furor, though it is probably slowly starting to die down at this point.
Yeah, especially because this isn't a sustainable solution, and so his focus is fading.
And
hard
John,
to be bloodthirsty when there's no blood.
Yeah, John, as you are starting to make a move out and you're commanding your soldiers, you can hear your soldiers start to call to Tommy, "Sir, out of the way, sir! We need an open line of fire, sir!"
He can't hear them.
No.
Are their mouths visible though?
No, you are focusing on bashing a guy, and these guys mostly spawned in behind you.
Okay. I mean, so I did mention that Tommy is like still sort of like every now and then he'll glance around because he doesn't want to get stuck up on.
He probably would not immediately register what's going on with the people behind him because there's no threats from that direction. The only other big guys were kind of in front and to the sides. John, any actions you'd like to take in light of this?
Well, if I get one over the shoulder comment as he moves down, he's just going to order. Well, the one is pinned down. He's not going to do anything. Focus on the others.
They immediately start to turn and try to direct their fire to the others. The others are moving very fast because, again, they're barreling towards the Hive's little illusion. Speaking of which, the Hive, where are you going to make that illusion move? Are you going to make it, leave the room? Or
down the hall. And I want to ask, is one of those people chasing after it the guy whose eyes I stabbed out?
Yep.
Okay. I am not sure if this is going to work, given that his eyes are now back, but let me try anyways. I have a perk for Viewpoint that lets me cast illusions or abilities and manifestations through the eyes of a target and viewpointing if I had beforehand marked them violently somehow. Stabbing eyes out, I imagine, would be violent enough.
That's about the most violent and appropriate mark you could have.
Yeah.
But those eyes are now back, so I'm wondering, does this work or not?
100% yes.
Okay. Then I am viewpointing the guy.
Yeah.
And making the phantasm right. I'm seeing his point of view.
Yeah.
So that I can make the phantasm run around believably and dodge out of the way. And just making it always getting way slickly.
In that case, you'd be first party to see that when you first send the phantasm down the hall, he's the one who directs the others, and rather than going to the door, he bashes his way through the wall to get closer to the phantasm quicker, and then goes charging after it, up one of those ramp-style hallways that leads higher up into the Gentian. As the Hive is manipulating this, Olivette, actions.
If I may interrupt, because at this time, the Hive doesn't see, right? It has to have its eyes closed. So, relying on its hearing, the Hive would seek out Olivette and just sort of stay near her. Because
Well,
Olivette
I didn't actually have an action. I mean, I can take an action if you want, but I didn't actually have one. I just wanted to point out that the Hive probably would have been nearby enough, especially with the high heat sensory, to hear me talking about throwing the guys overboard.
Yes, absolutely.
And he has them chasing after his illusions and jumping through walls to get at it.
But I don't know where I am going, but I think this is a part where red instincts kicking in is pretty good. Just running down the halls frantically.
We'll check in with that in a moment. However, as John goes rushing off in the direction that Rudyard went, you would find that not only is the Hive smoke bomb dissipating at this point, your bike is still there and good to go and is now covered in paint.
Yeah. Well then, we have tried this before.
Can it be neon paint, please?
Sure.
Flames for extra speed.
Yeah.
Well then, John is going to do the thing John does, swing on his bike, and he's trying to run Rudyard down with it.
Yep. He goes whipping off up the spiraling ramp leading up higher. As he does so, he would see a couple of things. The ramp goes up and also goes down. However, Rudyard is not subtle about his path. And you can see that, for example, like fragments of door that he bashed open are like trailed after him as he makes his way upwards, as are flecks of other people's blood. As you are driving up, you also find that he has gone through not one, not two, but 3 heavy reinforced doors without much issue. But you catch up to him as he has reached his 4th heavy reinforced door. The spiral has gone up higher and higher. It's had many landings leading off to different routes. But you've gone up it very fast. This is all of like 10 seconds going up, with windows looking out to the side, overlooking a beautiful metropolis nighttime sky. The top where you meet him, however, you find him outside of a heavy, like, for want of a better term, an old-timey blast door. You can see he's there next to another man who you do not recognize. This man is actually one of the only ones you've seen who's wearing a shirt that can kind of fit him, though in this case it's a tuxedo that is absolutely bursting at the seams. And you can see that the two of them together are using the machete that he got to try to lever open the blast door.
Well, I am going to try to bail off the motorcycle, just letting it run into Rudyard.
It slams him into the door, at least temporarily pinning him against it.
And then I will try to follow that with John, picking up his rapier, which did on occasion do fuckery with magic, and try to jam this one into Rudyard's neck, or whatever is left of it.
As you go lunging in for the attack, I want to jump back over to Tommy. In this case, as you are continuing to slam this guy into place, you can feel the ground creaking and creaking. However, your eyes finally are caught by someone else. In this case, a man dressed much like John, carrying a weird-looking gun. He waves and says something. He's wearing kind of a face mask, so it's a little hard to make out. But it looks kind of like he is saying, "Stand clear."
Yeah. Okay. I think especially as Führer is winding down, Tommy will move back.
Yeah. His body heaves wildly, but for the most part, as Führer drops, his stamina is still in the green. You can see that the men all surround the guy on the floor as he's regenerating and simultaneously put like 3 darts each into his back.
The folk up top probably put more darts in, and I certainly would.
Yeah, absolutely. But the guys down below have like more modern
proper weapons.
Yeah. And so what the man's back is filled with like 40 tranquilizer darts. As he heaves himself and starts to haul himself up to his feet, you see him like look around towards you, and Tommy could read his lips and Olivette could hear him as his eyes blink heavily. He says, "So tired. Can't give up."
Just rest. Your friends are already going after Jericho Dale. You can afford to take a nap. It's all under control.
If I stop, then I've failed.
Not at all. You've done your part.
He barely manages to get into a crouching position and then keels over forwards. And finally stops moving. You can see writing start blooming over his body.
Is it in Metro or is it in a local?
It is in Metro.
Okay.
And it's and as you read it, it's incredibly dense legalese. But then you can see something gleam, as on his forehead, one section of the writing is bright and vivid. It's a signature.
I want to try something. For a while, I am willing to like open my many eyes and let the phantasm just run ahead.
Yeah.
If it's in a situation where it can afford to like run on its own for a few seconds.
Yeah.
I want to try to swipe away the signature with my folding fan, which is good at blocking magic.
So the hive goes scuttling over.
Yes.
And as you strike at the man's head with your folding fan, you can see that the signature vanishes from his forehead, and all of a sudden his body, instead of where it is kind of like slumped on the floor, it twitches for a moment. And then he sits bolt upright with his eyes kind of open and just kind of stares into middle distance.
That worked. Seems like it.
You see that everyone jumps backwards for a second, still looking at him. But you can also see that his enormous, oversized body almost look like it's deflating before your eyes. His shoulders hunch down. His face becomes gaunt and awful. His eyes become horrid messes.
Okay, everyone, we can.
I think I'm gonna swing his hammer at him.
He goes slumping to the ground, but then his mouth says, and you can read the lips,
"Pardon the inconvenience."
Okay, everyone, we just have a plan now.
You can almost hear the stage of people heave a sigh of relief. And a butler starts to come down the stairs. What did Hive say?
All right, we need to step their eyes out, and then we just swipe away the signature.
I don't think it was stabbing their eyes that made the signature appear. Wasn't
Right.
that when he
No,
fell down
it's-
because of
it's-
the darts?
It's going to be a lot easier to do when they are blind.
Okay. Wait, quick question for Robbie, because this wasn't mentioned. When I shot the dudes, did any shit happen on their face? Any words?
A hole appeared, but then it reformed.
Right, but no magical words appeared.
No.
No. Yeah, no. So that's what I thought. So I said to the hive, that's not going to work. I've already tried that. Nothing special happens when you shoot their eyes. They just rub their eyes for a moment.
The butler, who has reached the man, says,
"Excuse me, I know you do not have eyes and therefore cannot see, but I require some assistance."
and you hear,
"Yes, of course I'm happy to provide assistance."
as he starts clambering back to his feet. The butler wipes like a face full of sweat off his brow and turns around and says,
"He's all right now. He's placid. At last."
Indeed. Personally, if it were up to me, I would ask him to assist by jumping overboard, just to be on the safe side, but it's your mind slave, so do with him as you like.
Well, I'm used to working with them. I think what will likely be best is if we give him some work to do. They typically they begin to atrophy if they don't work.
I see.
Why don't we have him call his friends?
Could work. There's a slight issue, though. The terming of the contract is very important. He did not pledge his soul to anyone, and as such, he is independently commandable. For
Yes.
someone who pledges their soul to a specific person, they're only commandable by that person, and those with able to act as their lieutenants, you see.
And you're absolutely sure you don't want to just tell him to go jump overboard?
Well, that would...
Tommy's gonna insert while they're having this. So he's been
Yeah.
reading their lips, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's gonna turn to the former brute, and he's going to say, "I command you to die."
"Oh, I would love to, but I'm unable to. Terribly sorry for the inconvenience."
Why can you not die?
Unfortunately, the means of explanation are beyond me.
And the butler says,
"That's a very interesting command. I had never thought of that before. You saw the way that he kept not," he shudders, "going. They're all like that. The Soulless.
Are battles in this land fought exclusively by bonded soulless?
No, Soulless are normally feeble.
Ah, that would explain that.
Like he is now. And it's rather a miserable existence, if misery could be felt by them. They do seem to perk up when you speak with them.
Thank goodness for small mercies, I suppose. Nevertheless, we probably should do something about those other ones that are planning to kill Mr. Dale.
One of John's soldiers, who's currently securing the area and trying to, like, his soldiers are mostly taking the reins of getting people off of the stage and into more secure locations, says, "Kill Mr. Who?"
The Mr. Jericho Dale, I believe was the name. Am I mistaken?
I think it might have been in the mission briefing. We were called pretty suddenly. We need to go back up Sinclair. Come on, guys.
Yeah, I think Tommy's moving in that direction.
While they're doing that, can I turn back to the people on the stage and ask, does anyone know how to land this vehicle?
And you can see that one man towards the back says, "Hello, I'm the pilot."
Excellent. And do you know, well, can you reach the command deck, or whatever you would call that part of the vessel?
Assuming that they're not there, yes.
They will be attacking the private quarters of Mr. Dale. Is that next to the command deck?
No other direction.
Excellent. Then, if we give you an escort, I think landing may be helpful. Are there
All right.
forces on the ground who could assist in subduing these attackers?
No, well, what we know of,
He stops, and the security person fills in.
most likely, yeah, but the bastards cut our communication antenna, so we haven't been able to get any messages out.
I see.
So they wouldn't be ready for us.
Then we have a decision to make, and I will look across at the Hive as well, since I guess
I presume the Hive has
Tommy's
closed his
running
eyes
off.
at this point, but we'll catch up with the adventures of Hive puppeting in a moment.
Yeah, so I glance across at the Hive and then back to them and just say, either we attempt to throw the attackers overboard, or we attempt to land and get help.
We
I'm
are
just kind of...
the Hive is sort of like holding onto Olivette's cape, because it's something to hold on to as it's and it says, we are currently working on throwing 3 of them off the board.
Very well. Then
can I also say that it maybe like uses the cape sort of as like a steering wheel, or like reins with a horse? It's like...
Nice. Yeah. So yeah, I am just standing, as always. Olivette is very dignified, so just standing like head held high, while this little rat person just goes like this with her keys. In that case, I will just say, in that case, I think if we could get some volunteers to come along and escort the pilot to his station. If it is unoccupied, or if there are more brutes there that we can subdue, then that is ideal, and he can be stationed there once that is taken care of, but should not lower the vessel until we are sure that it is necessary. That will be our backup plan.
A number of people with blowpipes are quickly designated by a few of the security personnel, and eventually they manage to get a gang of like 5 of them to walk with the pilot. The pilot seems very nervous, and he says,
If we see anyone, we're gonna run. We're gonna run back to He points to Olivette, to you.
The question is, I'm just trying to think, do I want to go with them? Because if there are more people there, we kind of need to deal with them.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think I will just say to them, I shall accompany you to assure your safety. If the area is clear, then I shall leave you at that station.
Right. Thanks. Yeah, that's great.
And if you need any assistance operating the machines, perhaps some of these people, gesturing at the crowd, would feel that it would be a good hiding spot for them, since they are looking for somewhere to take shelter anyway.
One of the security personnel says,
We're gonna get him into the kitchens. Nice and out of the way. Nowhere near any of the important locations on the ship.
Fair enough. I give him a nod. And I will let the pilot lead me where I need to go.
Is the Hive going to be following with Olivette, holding onto her while piloting his little illusion?
I guess it would. I mean, have I seen John leave?
You haven't seen John leave, but you would have heard him leave.
And do I know that he's going for the place where they are trying to break through the door?
Yep.
Okay, I guess in that case the Hive is going to slowly kind of like stumble over in that direction, going just by like, noises and such. Because it cannot be opening its eyes right now.
And smells. In that case, a brief detour about the amazing adventures of the Hive puppeting his illusion. So, after charging out into the hallway, you have a ramp, up or down?
Up.
Okay. The illusion goes sprinting up the ramp.
Bread instinct, always up. Always up.
And
do not ask this question again. Immediately up.
The ramp starts to spiral going up. Going like around the body of the vessel. It has a big open, like a big set of panoramic windows on the right hand side, and occasional doors on the left hand side. After your illusion goes sprinting up for a little bit, it comes to a landing with a bashed in like set of big double doors on either side, and then a big hall going left. Are you good? I guess you just said continue up. As you start to come to another landing, you can see through the eyes of the guy charging behind him, who's leading the pack, that they are gaining on your illusion. Unless you start making this like phantasmal man start sprinting like an Olympian, they are going to catch him up.
I have something different. Since I'm viewporting him, I can also hide things away from his senses.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to hide the other two people that are running beside him from his senses.
Yeah.
But only ever briefly at a time. I don't really care about doing this consistently.
Yeah.
But I just kind of want them to like crash into each other and stumble as the guy in the front doesn't really know that there's people around him, right?
Yeah. You aren't able to hear it, but they would be pretty upset with each other about this. And you can even see them like shove at each other a little bit when they stumble into each other and crash. But eventually get up to another landing, another bashed in set of doors, and then another ramp beyond, ramp up. As you start rushing up to the neck, up the last leg of the ramp, you actually come sprinting in to through a heavy set of doors that have been ripped off of their, not hinges, but off of their slides. And you can see inside of this next room is absolute fucking bedlam. It's a beautiful, beautiful office space. Large, sumptuous, and everything is just ripped to absolute shit. You can see that there are security personnel who have been ripped bodily limb from limb in here, and there are two very large men already inside. And as you come sprinting in with your illusion, they look to you and look at your illusion, and then start sprinting towards the illusion as well. So you have 2 on one side and 3 on the other.
Okay, would there be like a table in the middle?
Not in the middle because you're in a doorway, but there'd be a table just to your left.
Okay, if I continue running forwards, they aren't going to like immediately catch up to me, right?
Not like the very split second, but within like a second.
Okay, I mean, this is not gonna be very realistic, but whatever, it doesn't need to be anyways. Jericho is going to do like a sudden sideways jump.
Yep.
But it's make it way longer than it should be.
Yep.
Just like throws himself like.
The guy whose eyes you're looking through goes plowing into one of the other guys. They like football players scrum with each other. But they immediately turn to the side where your illusion of Jericho is now like landed atop a desk off to the side with the wall next to him, a chandelier above, and you know that the beautiful ceiling trim you see around some properties like up high in the higher corners of the rooms, a bunch of that around him.
Is there an open window?
Not an open window, but there are windows.
Not a single one of them is open or broken.
None of them are open. There is one that is broken across the room, and you can see blood around it. Presumably someone was thrown through it.
Okay.
There's panoramic windows in this room, by the way. It looks all around, and you can actually see through this window the 4 rotors of the giant flying machine, kind of like how a drone has 4 little rotors.
But they are above the office, right? They are not under the office.
They are actually below the office, though pretty far away from it.
So if he were to jump out of the window, it's like beyond a doubt that he falls onto the rotor and is dead.
Either obliterated by a rotor or falling hundreds of feet to the ground below.
Okay. What I'm going to do, as he does this super unrealistic long jump across the room, sort of like look for something frantically on the ground, like make it look like he's trying to pick something up, and suddenly the illusion has a gun. It's like start pointing a gun in self-defense while backing off way faster than he should be backing off realistically.
Yep. You see
unless
that
he's like very skilled at walking backwards, but whatever.
You see that they have, instead of charging after you, they've positioned 2 guys in the door, and the remaining 3 are just walking calmly. One of them is reaching out to another, who hands him what looks like not a letter opener. Hello, Josephus, but it's more like it looks like some sort of pen with a weirdly sharpened end.
Okay.
He takes it as the 3 of them walk towards the illusion slowly, not flinching at all in the face of the gun.
Okay. I'm going to have him like back off again, like make him seem terrified. He's the longer this is going on, the more his aim is like his hands are trembling.
Yeah.
At a certain point, he stops like even aiming. He's just sort of like giving up, right, holding his hands up. Yep. Every now and then he kind of like tries to aim at someone, like try to catch them off guard. But I'm assuming it doesn't.
He takes the weird pen thing and puts out his hand to like pin the Phantom Jericho against the wall.
Okay.
And this is when the hand goes through.
Fuck. I would want to be backing off this entire time towards the broken window.
Yeah. And his like I said, these guys, while they are hulking, when they go for a thing, they move fast. And so his hand goes to pin you against the wall shockingly fast because of how slowly they were moving. And with his hand vanishing into your illusion, there's this pause while they just look at the revealed illusion.
Can I make it seem that like after the hand goes through, he falls to the ground and starts like stumbling back on the ground?
Like, I see what you mean. Yeah. So
like
trying to play it off.
It's obvious that it went through that, but make it seem like it had an impact.
Yeah.
And at this point, I'm kind of revealing that whatever he is, it's not entirely human. So make the movements like all fucking spidery as he's like curling back.
Yeah, 4 absolutely. Reflex also, so pretty quick reaction speed when you're making this happen.
It is pretty quick reaction speed, but not quite as quick as with his own body.
Yeah.
And at this point, the man lunges with the weird pointed pen, and impales it into the illusion, and the illusion vanishes. And it's at this point that the Hive, who'd been blindly fumbling his way across the room, would finally have their many eyes snap back open.
Mm-hmm. And I'm alone in a hallway, I'm assuming.
Yes, you are. You notice that you're facing another beautiful window, similar to the ramp, like you're on another ramp, but it's just going the opposite direction up. And you're facing out over the beautiful city skyline with water below.
Yeah. open my hand mirror, which is skinned as like a regular smartphone,
Yeah.
except it's out of batteries.
Before we go further, I want to check in with John and Tommy. First of all, John, lunging for him and getting him in the neck, you see that the charge goes off and he freezes up again. But the guy who was helping him try to rip open the door immediately whips around and goes to pile drive you in the chest with his fist.
All right, this is probably the time where we will try to do this. John, with his 2+ to resilience and his armor, is just going to do nothing and try and tank that hit.
The blow hits heavy. John has taken quite a few blows in his day. This is up there. It's not the heaviest blow he's ever taken, but it's enough to not only take him off his feet, but to throw him down the ramp, like 5 or 6 meters. He feels the blow hit very hard, maybe a cracked rib. You can move, and it didn't like break your arm or anything ridiculous like that. So in summary, at least from a non-Rudyard, tanking successful. But now on your back, are you going to get back to your feet?
Yes.
As you do so, the man who punched you turns to face you and goes to pick up your bike.
Quick question on cooldowns. How are we looking on shield wall and gear things?
Shield wall is up, Agar thinks is not.
So, shield wall is off cooldown, that is.
Yes.
Then John is going to try thinking of more or less force fields and their spherical nature, and will try to summon another shield wall that at least like creates a full round around the two people.
Yeah.
And then, as he does, stomps forward and pushes his shield forward again to summon that shield wall.
And your shield wall appears it's not like a perfect round, because they are again kind of pinned up against a door and in a reasonably tight hallway, but it does pretty much totally seal off the way down for them. As you do so, the man who is picking up your bike, you hear him drop it. He says,
The hell is this, Rudyard?
and he says, "You did it downstairs too. Help me get this door open. He's so close. He's so close." Ugh. What do you want to do?
Want to walk back forward. So, in the split second I had before being sent flying, did using the reskinned bastard sword instead of the half-pack do anything else?
You can
other
see
than
that
giving them moments of pause.
you can see that when you use the bastard sword, it revealed that writing way more extensively.
Well, then that's probably going to be the effective thing to do. And taking a page out of Olivette's book, he's going to do the thing we don't want to do anymore and just pop in and out of the shield wall and poking the guys.
And as you say, you hear, and then you get the other one. And then as Rudyard fades back in, he says, "I don't know what he's got. Something makes you freeze up." And the other one says, "Well, as you get him again. And Rudyard turns away, and this time when you try to lunge back into him, he actually, with one of his big meaty hands, manages to slap the point out of the way so you don't get him this time, as he faces towards the shield wall.
0 pluses to luck pitch. Does it still shock him as he touches the blade?
Very mild. Not enough to reveal anything.
Yeah.
The other guy, after he recovers from the next shock, also puts his back up against the wall as the two of them stand with their hands out ready, just looking for where you're going to try to strike in next. Rudyard says, "I don't know what he's doing this for." "What are you doing this for?" "Just slowing down the inevitable, man. You're not going to be able to take us down."
Well, I hear footsteps in the background. About 7 of them, which are my people, which means that there's 7 of my people coming and none of yours. I think you can do the math.
He grunts. And the other guy says, "Well, 7 of you is not going to do much Much to see there. Right, Rudyard? Rudyard doesn't say anything.
Well, I think your friend has figured it out as well. Again, 7 of mine and my colleagues are coming. None of yours. I will also say that I think the 2 of you are about to run out of whatever fumes you're running on, especially Rudyard, if you keep this up.
Rudyard doesn't say anything, but you see for the first time, he goes for his pocket. His massive hand cannot fit in it, so instead he just rips off the pocket and catches the thing that falls out of it.
Then I'm going to try to do a feint and jab the thing he just picked up.
As your blade
yes.
sneaks in, the guy next to him manages to slap your blade out of the way. Nice try.
Even if John were to do a feint, like basically trying to get both of them.
These guys are like locked in on you at the moment. And without the Garethix slowing them down, they actually have pretty good reaction time.
All right.
But Rudyard picks it up, and you can see it's, even though his massive meaty fist almost completely obscures it, it looks to John kind of like a sharp fountain pen. And he holds it up and then lunges towards your shield wall with it.
I have no idea what the thing does. It looks like a sharp fountain pen.
Yeah.
Does it look this time like he would be able to catch himself if I were to just drop the shield wall?
If you were to drop the shield wall, he could probably catch himself. He's not moving sluggishly right now.
Right. I'm going to try to take a running start, brace myself behind the shield, and just slam into him.
Yep. You managed to run through the shield wall and catch him with your shield. Even though he was moving to strike, he wasn't like bull rushing or anything, so you actually stop him from striking the shield wall with the pen. Instead, his arm kind of flies over the top of your shield and clatters against your shoulder. It's a glance, right? But for this guy, a glance is you're still going to feel it. You do have him slightly overbalanced, though, as you push him backwards towards that big blast door. Immediate follow-ups as you charge in like this and catch him. He does have his like cohort next to him. So what do you want to try to do?
Yeah. He's also still holding the pen.
Yes.
John is going to try and take his bastard sword and just unload everything that the sword has left into the fountain pen.
You have how much skill?
2.
Oof. That's a tricky strike.
And 1 to reflex. If
2 skill is enough to make me really strongly consider whether this hits. Otherwise, it would be an absolute no. So to give you an idea, he has striking this thing would be he has this humongous meaty fist with it poking out one end. This would almost be as hard of a strike as trying to catch someone completely in the eye while they are moving.
Which I might add, John did do on the Towers mission quite a few times.
That's a fair point.
Even though there were a bit of wisery involved.
Talk me through the action. Like, give me the full narration for how John is aiming and striking.
He is holding the pen which he was slamming down. I ran into him and pushed him back. I imagined this pen to be still slightly overhead John.
Yep.
And I'm kind of expecting him to be able to redirect it into John the next few seconds.
Yeah.
So that should be enough leeway for him to just get up there and
so with you in this position, with your thing over your head, your rapier down low, how are you going to get... Is this going to be like stabbing behind your shield to get up and over your shoulder?
Just going sideways.
Yeah. So kind of like one of these?
Yeah. And with a bit of military training, maybe even letting the shield buckle in such a way that I can make him move in the way I want him to.
Yeah. Before we resolve that strike, Tommy, alongside John's men, you are charging up the ramp. John's men move quick, but Tommy can move quicker. So if he wants to get out ahead of them, he is welcome to.
Yeah, he's probably not going to wait for them.
Yeah. As he goes rushing up the ramp, he can see the panorama of the city. He can see the water down below. He sees the nighttime sky. But this is not because he's looking for it. It's because it's curved, right? It's a curved ramp with windows along every side. He passes through 1, 2 landings with broken doors on either side. And then up ahead, he sees it. a shield wall caging off the very end of the hallway. What does he want to do?
Between him and any targets.
Yeah. This is a John shield wall, and so since we're on V1, I believe it is somewhat transparent. Is that true?
Yes.
Yeah. So you would be able to see Rudyard, like with his hand up high, and John like catching him with a shield charge into his like belly, pushing him back towards the heavy blast door that he and a cohort next to him had presumably been trying to rip open, judging by the buckle.
So 2 things I want to check. This is a V1 shield wall, which means I can just walk right through it,
Yes,
right?
you can.
If you consider yourself to be my ally at that point.
He is no
I'd say
longer
so,
in
yeah.
Führer, and so that is a yes.
Yeah. Secondly, you've mentioned several windows. Is there a window currently? And how big is it relative to Rudyard?
So your entire left side is pretty much just one long continuous panoramic window made of many big panes.
Yeah, so I think Tommy's just gonna sprint in, swinging his hammer, trying to hit Rudyard out the window.
As he rushes in, so having hit these guys with a hammer many times at this point, you know that they weigh a fucking ton.
Mm-hmm.
How are you going to get the force behind this blow to get him out?
Do I have Warp Spasm off cooldown?
Yes, you do.
That seems like a really good way to do that. So... I think this is... trying to think about sort of the geometry here, and yeah, I think he is going to leap through the shield wall such that like he's going to take a small jump through the shield wall, and then he's going to plant his feet on the other side of the shield wall and push off of it into the warp spasm, and this time the warp spasm is entirely focused on his arms, but also his core.
Yeah.
And it's this full twisting motion.
And as you leap into position, kicking off into your massive warp spasm blow, John's blade discharges. And the pen drops from Rudyard's hand. You can see that the pen, as it falls, wisps what could be smoke, but has a thick quality to it, almost like it is spilling ink as it drops. And as you do so, in that moment of pause as you strike, suddenly Rudyard is violently ripped off of you as Tommy comes swinging in from completely out of nowhere from John's perspective. Rudyard is taken clean across like the freakish large shoulder plus head. And he is slammed wildly sideways into the window, which shatters and causes him to go flailing out of it. As Tommy completes his swing, Rudyard's second-in-command guy bum rushes both him and John. He comes in fast, given that he was already preparing to attack. John is quicker to react because Tommy is is following through with his swing. What does John want to do?
Does the shield still enjoy enhanced knockback even if the pike is somewhere else?
I'll say yes in this case.
All right, then John is going to try to respond in kind. Well, you see the way this is going in case this doesn't work. And then try to push the guy like with a twist and his shield out of the window, out of the hole that was just made.
Though an admirable effort, John's knockback and base strength is nowhere near the power that Tommy could exert. And as such, even though the guy is pushed off to the side, it's nowhere near a defenestration. However, the guy doesn't try to punch John. Instead, you see that as he is pushed off to the side, he grabs the pen off of the ground and stumbles backwards with his back against the now shattered window. It's not floor to ceiling, right? So it's not like he's going to just tip out. But his back is against the now shattered window, with the pen leaking ink clutched in his meaty fist. He looks at the both of you, not quite panicked. They have their emotions are weird. They're kind of too mellow, unnaturally mellow. But within that unnatural mellowness, he seems relatively panicked as he looks to the two of you, especially with Tommy's warp spasm body kind of reattaching itself back into place. And he says, kind of like limply,
It's for a good cause, you know.
It's not going to do anything. He, even if he may die, which he won't, because we will stop you from killing him, will just be replaced by anybody else. Your society has chosen to run on your own souls, and it will be that way until you fix it.
And he looks to the pen for a second and then brings it up to his forehead. And you can see him starting to draw it across his forehead, and you can see an incredibly crude signature being written.
I think Tommy is if he's recovered from his swing, he's taking another one.
Where is he aiming?
Again, I think he just wants to send this guy out the window. So center mass. I think just because this is the only threat, it's not the only threat in the space. It's the only threat present here. I think he's gonna go for more of a hammer. Is there enough space for him to do like a full 360 hammer throw? Release the hammer into the guy's chest.
Actually, because of old shield wall mechanics, yes, because the shield wall is passable.
Yeah, so I think Tommy actually the recovery just translates into he spins 360. He's just gonna release the hammer directly flying at the guy's centered mass.
Yeah. It slams into him, and you see that he lets go of the he stops writing on his head for a second as he starts to go out the window, but because of how huge he is, he actually his knees and down stay kind of in, and he manages to grab the edge as well. His signature looks to be about 2/3 of the way completed, but he has to hang on at least for the moment. Immediate follow-ups from John.
Well, John is going to throw his tool back first, and then trying to just aid Tommy as much as possible with the shield and whatever strength he can muster.
And Tommy, what are you going to do after your throw?
So I imagine this. So he catches himself, which means the sledgehammer's not gone. So he can Tommy can scoop that up again and go for another swing. I think proper swing this time, holding on to the hammer.
Yep.
But
and with John, John's shield comes rushing in. The extra force it generates pushes the man such that only the edges of his fingers are clinging on. He brings up the pen to try to complete his signature, but it's at this point that Tommy slams the hammer into his chest, and he finally is pushed off. He falls backwards out of the vehicle, and you can see him plummet down towards the water far below. It's at this point that John's men come rushing through the shield wall. One of them takes the machete from out between the door and puts it off to the side, and one of them says, "Sir, John, where's the VIP? Do you know, sir?"
Well, we weren't asked to return yet, so I guess he's fine. And then gently knock on the door.
Before we go further with that, Olivette.
Yeah.
You and you've decided to accompany the pilot, I believe, yes?
Yeah.
You and the pilot and the small group of protectors make their way down the ramp that the Hive's illusion left from. And after passing by again a landing and a couple of different doors and passageways, you make your way into or you start to approach a small staircase that opens up into a big for an airplane, small for a ship bridge. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It seems to be not completely ransacked or disheveled. And the first security guy who approaches the door says, "Looks clear."
Excellent. I was worried that we may have to face them because we don't have as many people on hand, but it seems everything has worked out well.
This is miserable timing for you to say that, but the security guy is yanked to the side from by a giant hand that reaches out from next to the door. You hear him scream and then an awful squelching noise.
Then again,
The pilot
been wrong
shrieks
before.
like a banshee and starts running back up the passageway as fast as he possibly can.
no. I have a point in reflex. I grab the pilot.
Yeah. He says, "I'm not getting near that thing." The security guys are backing up, trying to bring up their blowpipes as the giant hulking figure rounds the corner with a bleeding mass hanging from one of his hands. He looks at the group of you, and you can see that he actually has, among all the ones that you've seen thus far, he is the only one you've yet seen whose body is covered head to foot in writing.
Ah, interesting. Okay.
He looks towards the group of you with heavy, low eyes, and he says, "You're not setting foot in here."
You don't seem well.
He drops the bloodied guard. The guards look to Olivette and say, "Should we open fire?" "Shoot me. It won't do anything. We're invincible."
You don't look invincible.
"Just tired."
Just tired, huh? Well, then, why don't I play you a lullaby? And I still have my guitar around my neck.
Yep.
So I'm just going to press a little button a couple of times, cycling through modes until I... Oh yeah, one other point.
Yep.
My little floating book follows me.
Mhm.
It doesn't just bob in place, it follows me wherever I go. So yeah, I have that thing still vibing around somewhere. So cycling through these modes until I get to something softer and just turn the volume way down. And I say, "Everyone, relax. It's all going to be fine." As I start playing the first few bars of the song. And I have 4 perks for standoff.
Uh-huh.
Yes. One of them is not, well, 2 of them, I guess, are not super relevant because I don't really need it to affect a whole group. Although I guess it is technically affecting everyone. But the main ones that I am concerned with here are Bravura, which raises the maximum duration to mid.
Yep.
Provided my paired action involves continuous musical performance, and Regalia, which greatly enhances the properties of my clothing for the duration, which
Yes.
means the property about telling people, making people think I'm being honest and stuff, and truthful. The veracity of the scholarly raiment is greatly enhanced.
Yep.
So, as I am playing this little lullaby, I will say, "You are not going to harm anyone. You are going to stand there, or sit down if you would rather. And we are going to land this ship so that everyone can get off and go back home." And with that, as I'm playing, actually, I guess I am still playing, but I'm playing one-handed because I've still got the pilot. So yeah, it's a lullaby.
It's a lullaby,
It
it's
doesn't
simple.
require a whole lot of notes and stuff. But yeah, playing this soft little tune, I walk towards the guy, showing no fear.
You see that his freakish head droops slightly, and he says, "Can I sit down over there?" And he points behind himself.
Yes, you do that.
He starts lumbering backwards. You can see that he's The writing on him is becoming more crisp and is even moving as though it were a computer screen. And that was like displaying strings of text. It's again dense legalese. And you can see that his name was brilliant, like his signature was brilliant on his forehead. Though it is not glowing, it's just very prominent.
Okay.
He lumbers over towards the pilot's chair and slumps in it.
Yeah, okay. When he said over there, I did kind of... I wasn't thinking he meant the pilot's chair, but whatever,
Indeed.
that works. So I drag the pilot over, and I will just say, you will be fine. Look, I will stand... In fact, no. I actually sit down on the dude's lap, like right in front, right on top of him. And I'm just saying, there, I'm much closer to him than you are. If he acts up, it'll be me who gets hurt. Or has my head exploded, whatever.
I'm so tired,
he says.
Yes, you are. Just rest. Everything will be fine.
No, it won't be fine. You're all gonna die.
No. No one else here is dying, I think.
The pilot
So-
says, yes, we are, yes, we are, yes, we are. The ship is going down towards the ocean.
You're a pilot. Do something about it.
But he's sitting in my chair.
And I'm sitting on top of him. So what? Do it. You can lean around us.
He looks absolutely fucking petrified, but Olivette's mantle effect is pretty potent. And as such, he gingerly reaches out for the controls and starts to try to bring them up, but he says, what? He rattles them. What? What did... And the man who you're sitting on the lap of wheezes.
Broke them. He's gonna die one way or another.
Let's see.
The pilot goes wildly around to a bunch of like the co-pilot chairs and tries every single like tool at his disposal. Eventually, he's yes, this one. He pulls on like a high brake sort of thing, and you feel a sudden lurch and a shudder within the entire vehicle. And he says, "Stabilizer."
Good job.
And he looks around towards the man and says, "Did you break this too?" The man shakes his head.
No.
"Thanks, buddy." And the man says,
Didn't know it was there.
Oh well.
"We're not gonna die yet."
I want to just pat the guy on the head, the big tough guy, and just be like, "Don't worry, you tried your best." As I'm still playing my little lullaby.
Still gonna go down though. Just slower.
That's fine.
The pilot nods, and he says, "Yeah, we're still going down. We're still going down. Just not as fast."
That's good, because that's what we want.
Not in the water.
I was under the impression that structures such as this were designed to be at least somewhat buoyant in case an emergency landing had to be made.
Well, sure,
I don't know.
It's
I don't know about-
buoyant, but not. It's not made for this, you know. And they probably are using one of the ports to get aboard, so we're going to be off balance, and the port's going to be open, and water's going to come in, and we're going to take on water. We're going to go plunging down. The volume of the craft is going to suck us down below the sea. We're going to drown.
That is certainly a concerning development. Let us hope that someone has noticed the complete lack of communication from this vessel, as you did mention earlier that your communications had been cut off. I would imagine that in an advanced society such as yours, going completely off the grid for an extended period of time would be alarming.
One of the security personnel grimaces and says, "Normally, yeah. Jericho often does it, though. He doesn't like to be tapped.
I see.
So maybe, if we're lucky." And another security personnel says, "How did you guys get on board?" Hey, he smacks the big guy in the head. "How'd you get on board?" The big guy doesn't say anything.
Honesty is the best remedy. You should tell us your plot.
And he grunts in response, "Jumped." And you hear the pilot, like, almost fall off the stabilizer and yell, "What?" as loud as he can.
Well, that's not ideal. Okay, what I do next, as I am still playing with one hand, I just say to them, I do have a little idea. I'm curious to see if this will work, so hold still, please. And I just turn around, like, as I'm still sitting on this guy.
Yeah.
And so he's got his name on his forehead, and you know how you get, like, if you get, like, a stain in something, you might, like, try and, like, rub it out, like,
Yeah.
with your arm, with your sleeve or something, right? So basically, what I want to do is, because I know that the anti-magic fan of the Hive was able to get rid of
When it was
the
glowing.
words. Yeah, but I don't know the difference. I'm not a wizard.
Indeed.
So yeah, because I know that, I myself do not have an anti-magic item as such, but I do have woad marks, which is reskin of the Berserker's war paint,
Yeah.
on my arms. So what I'm going to do, and that offers some magical protection. So what I'm going to do is basically just rub my arm against his forehead, like as if I'm trying to get rid of a stain, as I said, and as I'm doing this, I'm trying to sort of energy work the woad, as it was, to rub off of me and onto his forehead and remove any magical stuff, protect him from any magical stuff that is currently on his forehead.
Now, a quick note. The war paint does something else, too.
Yes, it does, yes. I'm specifically trying to energy work it to get this specific effect.
Yeah.
But if it means getting both of those effects, then sure, I would be fine with that. But
Well,
if it's
specifically,
yeah.
Olivette is demonstrating enormous courage, and has been since she started interacting with this guy.
Okay.
And as such, see if you can tie
Oh,
it
right,
in.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That actually is. Yeah, okay, that's actually a lot better than I thought it was then. See, my thought, when you said that it has two effects, what I thought was, what you were meaning was, okay, you're giving this guy your war paint so he can defy and stand off away.
No.
Okay, no, okay, sure. Yeah, so in that case, yeah, sure. I'm going to commit all in on this. At first, I just start rubbing my arm against his, or my forearm, whatever's easier, against his forehead. But after a few seconds of this, doing this like one-handed while I'm still tapping away on my guitar, I will commit all in to the bit. After a brief moment of hesitation, I take the strap of the guitar off of my head and drop it.
Yeah.
Putting my other hand onto his shoulder so I can like rub my arm against his forehead with more force. And as I end my musical performance, I also end my standoff.
Yeah.
So if this works, his name gets rubbed out, and I don't know, whatever happens. If it doesn't, then it means he's free to start like tearing me limb from limb.
Indeed.
So there you go. That's some courage.
That's even more.
Or recklessness, perhaps.
And as you do so, you can see that the name on his forehead gleams brilliantly. And as you are pushing and pushing, you see it smudge and smear and then vanish. And you hear a long rattling from the man. He looks at you, and you can see before your eyes that his face is starting to become gaunt. And you can feel his body deflating. And the last thing he says before he becomes soulless like the other is, "I tried to do what was right."
You did your best. Well done.
And he deflates under you until he becomes gaunt and wasted. You can hear all the security guards breathe a sigh of relief.
Yes, and I will stand up and say, let me think. Well, that threat is averted, it seems. However, we do still have to contend with this thing. And then I turn to the husk guy and say to him, I would like you to explain in detail to our pilot here every action you took to damage the controls. And I glance across at the pilot and say, if there is anything else like that stabilizer that he missed, then I'm sure it would be useful for you to know about it.
The pilot says, "You're a genius. Yes, please tell me." And you hear, "Of course, I'm happy to assist."
And the husk starts to just rattle out a long list of things that he did to damage. In, like, precise but not very, like, well-structured detail. You know? Just kind of a train of thought. Yeah. As the husk is doing so, and two of the security guards start, like, quickly taking notes to help the pilot, and the pilot starts saying, "All right, he mentioned that, can you go check?" And he's having security guards assess the damage.
Nice.
Does Olivette want to stay here, or does she want to leave?
I think I will say that you should be safe now. I had best go regroup with my allies and see if we can rescue Mr. Dale as well.
Now, I'm going to jump back to the Hive. Who are you calling on your phone?
Olivette.
Perfect timing. I had a feeling.
Yes.
All right.
And
so just dial up the number on a completely blank phone with nothing on it.
Yeah.
And put it towards where the ear would be, like sort of like
the ear
stuff
rats.
it, stuff it like underneath the head.
Yep. And Olivette, you would see the little phantasmal screen.
Hello, this is the Hive.
Oh, hello.
We
Hive.
have found the place where 5 of the men are hidden. They are in the upper parts. And then the Hive goes through a quick series of instructions, like how it went there.
Yeah.
Not in full detail, but like, I don't know, 10 to 15 seconds description of like where they are like in the building.
Okay. Just one other thing, Robbie. I would have taken my keytar obviously when I left. Yeah. So in response to that, I will ask, and what about those 3 you were going to be luring overboard? How did that go?
The 5 includes the 3 we were trying to lure away. They did not jump.
Fair enough.
Do I get an estimate of how long it could take them to get back to our location?
If you want to give that estimate, it would be, if they were really, really sprinting, you could probably 30 seconds.
Okay. That's way quicker than I had expected.
Yeah. They're pretty fast.
We expect that they are going to be busy for a while. But if they decide to come back the same way, they could be here in a minute or so.
I see. Well, on the bright side, the pilot is currently taking us down. The bridge is... There was one there, but he has been dealt with. On the not so bright side, we are heading down towards the water, and it seems likely from speaking to them that this vessel will eventually sink. Also, most of the controls have been destroyed.
We cannot swim. Please fix this immediately. The Hive says in a completely serious tone.
Yes. Well, I have them working on it. Technical things are not really my area of expertise. Unfortunately, I will not really be very useful for stalling our enemies at this point, because I have my magic had been expended during that engagement. So if these 5 do return, I'm unsure how I shall be able to prevent them from going to the aid of their fellows that John and Tommy went after.
Mhm. We'll try to mask the entrance, lead them a different path.
Good idea. Currently, I'm just heading towards the other 2 to regroup with them. Have you any other suggestions?
Yes, bring a table with you, and then the Hive closes the call. Okay. I suppose the Hive would at this point see that Tommy and John have this under control, right? Already.
Yeah. The Hive would have been going much more slowly than the others, but he would reach the top of the ramp a little bit after the fight had ended. John's men are currently trying to secure the area, and John had just tapped on the door.
Okay. I guess in that case, the Hive went all this way just to turn around and go back, but that's fine. It's going to sprint back to the main room where we had started.
Yep.
And I want to get like a large table and stuff it into the. Maybe first I should ask. The hall that I let them down. Does it still have a door that's intact?
It does actually. He bashed through the wall.
Okay. Convenient. Nice. Okay. I want to be there. Are there still people like hanging around? I'm assuming some of them.
They are mostly clearing out. You can see that Olivette's horse is actually standing guard in front of the bar, where most of the people are sheltering behind in the kitchens beyond. As you pass by, you said you wanted to grab a table?
Yes.
The table says, "How can I help?"
We need you to move.
Oh.
There. Points with the folding fan.
Oh, very well.
And the table slowly kind of uncoils itself. The like surface of the table is like embedded in the hands. And so after a very slow uncoiling process, it begins to like slowly waddle its way over towards the gap.
Okay. And I'm assuming that this was sort of like a short hole that then led into a larger hole, or did it immediately start going up?
It's
up
just
the ramp?
it's the same ramp all the way up, and the ramp has like a couple of landings that lead to other hallways and various doors on its side.
Okay.
As the Hive is considering this would also be when Olivette reaches the main dance floor area where the Hive is currently working.
Oh, nice. Yeah, so it was just the one table that was there, or yeah, okay. I see you have managed to acquire the table.
Yes, the furniture is quite helpful.
Thank you for saying so.
I feel so bad for them. Anyways. Yeah, I was thinking of veneering away the entrance to the place where we are at. But realistically, there would be no other place for them to go through anyways, right? If they were to walk around.
Yeah.
Was there maybe like a different set of doors in the hall before the ramp?
Before the ramp, no. The area that you're in right now goes straight out onto the ramp area, which then continues both down and up.
Okay. Fuck. In that case, I'll open up a can of my spray paint.
Yep.
And use that as a tool to help me do veneer. And
Excellent.
I want to be veneering just like arrows on the ground, pointing to like a random door, trying to like stretch out the veneer as much as I can.
Yep.
And of course, like there's going to be like arrows pointing to places, and every now and then there's just going to be like scribbled on the ground in blood, like Mr. Dell or something like that. Jericho.
This is a very Hive plan.
Yeah.
I mean, this wouldn't work on regular people. I'm hoping it's gonna work on them, though.
Yeah. And Olivette, actions from you while the Hive is getting to work.
I think. Okay, yeah, we're expecting them to come back here. Okay, yeah. What I would like to do. Wait, first of all, do we know, like, the Hive has been to the bit that the others are at? Is this, like, do they have to come through here to get there, or is there, like, other passages they could take?
From what, if you're asking the Hive that, the Hive could actually
Sure,
confirm
yeah.
that
I'll
in order
ask
to get
Hive.
from up to down, you need to take the ramp.
They
from
need to go
everything he
through
could
this
see.
room.
Or not
Right, okay.
necessarily through this room, but past this room.
Right, okay. Is there another choke point that would be, like, that they would definitely have to go through?
The only two choke points would be, because there are two ramps that kind of spin up the building in tandem on either side.
Right.
And the dance floor has an entrance to each ramp on each side.
Right, okay, yeah. I think it might be, like, it's a nice plan and all, but I think it might be best to just regroup with the others. Because we know they're going for that room, because that's where the guy is.
Yep.
But they can bypass this area.
Yeah. You remember
yeah.
the direction that John left. It's the other
Yeah.
opposite way from where you came from.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so,
but wait, the people wouldn't be able to like walk past this room towards Dell, right?
No, actually, no, I think, the more I think about it, I think it's just a bit, I think I just need to go to the others, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, I can do this alone. I'm just like trying to lead them into a
Sure.
wrong direction.
Okay, yeah. Well,
I want to leave some extreme messages along the way to make it more believable. Like, kill him, get him, he's something
Nice.
like that.
Yeah. So yeah, while he's doing that, I will use the time that he's buying to make my way to the others.
Sure. As you approach the ramp, you would see Noelle standing dutifully by the counter, standing guard over the people in the kitchen. Do you want to hop on her to get up the ramp?
Sure, yeah, since it's all ramps instead of steps.
It's also
I will,
quite long.
stroke her mane and tell her she's a good horse, and then hop up onto her saddle, which is a side saddle because Olivette wears a dress, and then proceed on upwards.
She paws the ground for a moment, and then, after you mount, she trots her way up, breaking into a low gallop as she charges her way up the ramp. You pass through the destroyed threshold, and you pass your way all the way up as you approach the top. Before you get to the top, jumping back up to John and Tommy. John has just knocked on the door. And there's a moment, and then you hear a crunching noise from the other side, and another big crunching noise, and you can see several pairs of meaty fists pulling the doors apart. I think that eye roll was in character.
Very much so. John turns to Tommy and is gonna mouth, I'm getting tired of repeating myself, to confuse him, because this is probably the only thing he has seen him say on mission.
The only thing, but
Yeah, I think he's seen other things as well.
So, I still have my shield, I still have my tool bag, and there's two meaty hands prying open the door.
You hear, the meaty hands don't pry too far before you hear a voice that says to you, Rudyard, we can't find him. One of those from down below played a trick. We thought we were chasing him in here. He should be in here, we can't find him.
There is no more Rudyard. There is 9 of us, though, and none of you.
There's a long pause. And then the meaty hands vanish, and you hear their grunting voices to each other. You only pick it out very faintly, but you hear one say, "Must be," and another one say, "Quick, quick, quick." And then you hear the unmistakable noise of very large men ransacking a room.
So Tommy's gonna grab his machete and pass it over to John.
Yep.
And then the hole that they've torn through this bulkhead,
Yeah.
or this door, is big enough to climb through.
For Tommy, John would have trouble because it's a little bit off the ground and John's wearing armor. Tommy could probably get through, though admittedly it would be a tight squeeze and it would not be fast.
If you need a booster, John will gladly help you up there.
No, I think Tommy's more concerned about drawing attention while he's trying to get through.
Yeah, very
I'm getting
vulnerable.
immediately
That
killed.
seems like a dangerous plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't know. He can't hear them. So
One of John's men would say to him, "Want me to take a couple pot shots through there, sir?"
Yes, as I try to pull Tommy away for now,
Yeah.
trying to make him face my direction.
And you can see that each of your men come up and turn in and fire a couple of tranquilizer darts too. But then after the second one comes up, he's firing, and then he's like, "Oh, wait a second!" Pulls back, and then like an almost cartoonish like person shape appears in the bulkhead as one of them bull rushes it and like barrels it out. It does not break, but it like starts to burst its seam, and you can see the outline of the man's charging torso in it. But then he steps
Right,
back.
man. 8 feet of distance between us and that door.
Yes, sir.
I will say, Tommy is at least when there's not an immediate threat or when he's not in Führer, he's quite responsive. So
Yeah.
he's easy to get the attention of.
Yep.
If
Yeah.
you have a way to get his attention.
Again, I tried to pull him back, trying to make him face
Yeah.
my way. Then he turned and yelled something at the people.
Yep.
And I gestured to him to just stand behind my people for now and mouth, "Let's wait this out."
And you can see through the mostly busted door that the guy who crashed into it is taking steps back, and then he charges it again. He slams into the bulkhead, exploding the door open and like flying out. You can see that in each hand, this man is carrying like an entire section of a bed, each of which is a soulless, and is using them like clubs as he starts to try to wail into John's men.
That are no longer there because I had them back off.
Indeed, yes. But as he barrels
He's just
through
slamming into the door.
Yeah, as
basically.
he slams into the door, he does manage to push it open big enough that he manages to like push his way through, taking a couple of big swings at where he thought people were. But when he sees that you've backed up, he pushes himself upwards to finish opening up the doorway.
Which will net him, I would add, probably another round of darts.
Oh yes, he is peppered in the front by like well over 24 darts. Tommy.
So these guys, they're bulky. Are they tall?
They are quite tall.
So, if Tommy put everything into a burst of speed, do you think he could just zoom under this guy's legs?
His legs are pretty wide at the moment.
Especially as he's like straining to open the door as wide as he can.
Exactly. In that case, Tommy bolts. Are you
Yeah.
going to do like a baseball slide to get under, or are you just going to try to scramble?
I think it's more of a front roll,
Yeah.
like a
And-
dive into a roll out past him.
It's not going to be the most elegant roll, given no reflex stat, but you do get through his legs. He tries to stomp as you go through. What does Tommy want to do as he sees the man lift his leg?
Honestly, I think he just pushes himself harder to go faster.
Yeah. So in this case,
Um,
since his body is kind of long-wise, he isn't going to be able to tuck himself up very fast. So to dodge the stomp, either it's going to be scrambling forwards or rolling sideways.
I think scramble forwards then, yeah.
Yeah. And as Tommy scrambles through, he hears the man bellow from, like, up and behind him, "One's through! One's through! Ugh!" And you can see that his stomp comes down late and a little weak, as you can see that the rounds upon rounds of tranquilizer darts are definitely starting to make him feel something. But even so, after he pushes open the door, he charges past it down the hallway towards John and his men, wielding his 2 makeshift clubs. John, actions from you.
All right, man. Let's muster up some strength and push this thing out the window.
As you say this, they deploy out their shields, though you can see that they are clearly nervous, and they do a riot police rush with shields forward. The first swing of the club takes 2 of your men down to the ground immediately, but the rest shove up into him and start to try to push him out towards the door. He normally would have easily enough strength to fling them all off of him, but with the darts in him, you can see the writing appearing on his torso, and he is clearly losing steam. As your 5 men are trying to contend with him, Tommy, this room was clearly once an absolutely gorgeous office plus bedroom plus meeting room. But it is now in absolute shambles. There are inside 3 very large men, and you can see one of them has one of those sharp-tipped pens in his hand. You can see that they are ripping open everything. They're tearing down wallpaper. They're picking up the mattress and ripping the mattress in half. They're looking everywhere they can. Oh, and I should also note, Tommy would see this immediately. There's a very large painting of a familiar face in here, given that you guys were shown what Jericho Dell looks like.
Okay. I'm guessing Führer is not off cooldown quite yet.
Führer is not quite off cooldown yet.
Yeah. Do any of them look like they've noticed Tommy yet?
One of them has. The one who's
yeah.
closest to him, who's currently tearing apart furniture with his bare hands.
Okay. And are there windows in this room?
Yes, there are, but only on one side, the side with the bed.
Cool. Tommy, and so the side with the bed is the guy who's paying attention to Tommy on that side or the other side?
Other side.
Other side. Terrific. Tommy is going to once again, he's going to focus on a sort of defensive, evasive, keeping his distance. Mm-hmm. Whenever the guy sort of tries to reach out, overextends, he's going to bash at the guy's limbs.
Yep. Not slowed down by Garethings, however. This one is much faster. So how does he want to contend with that?
I think he's just going to rely on his vigor and his skill and again try to avoid. Although he is attempting to bait a charge.
Yep. And as he is doing so, taking pot shots, the guy would block with his hands and then try to lunge and reach, but he never charges, and he is slowly backing Tommy towards the windows. With the bed it's a big bed, kind of cutting off escape from one direction, and the natural curve of the room cutting off escape from the other direction. So Tommy is slowly being boxed into a corner, and the man's huge meaty hands can eat the sledgehammer blows easily when he's ready for them. Before you were whacking them when they weren't ready, but his hands
and
are
mostly Tommy isn't doing the full commit. He's just kind of batting us. It's definitely a weaker blow than a lot of his earlier attacks.
Yeah, absolutely. And as he has backed you close into a corner, you can see that rather than trying to charge or punch, he is coming at you like a wrestler, with his huge long arms reaching on either side to completely box you in.
Okay. Let me think for a moment here.
Sure. While you're thinking, John, with your guys pushing the man up towards the now open window, trying their absolute best, he has dropped his club and is now trying to grab them individually and either throw them off of him, or in one case, he just breaks one of their arms like a twig, despite his weakness.
So, any special effects on the machete I should know of that I've been just handed?
Well, besides...
It has incredible hacking power.
Yes, it is a very good hacker, and that's going to be the big thing that you want out of it.
That's basically it. As
Yeah,
far as you
because
as
the
far
other-
as you care. The other thing is something I could do if I
Well,
ever actually
technically.
kill anything.
Yeah.
Robbie.
Well, question. I did mention earlier that I threw my toolbox at one of the guys, my tool roll. Is it
Indeed.
still lying around, or did it go out the window with him?
Not out the window, but scattered all over the floor.
Fun. So, since a machete is technically a tool, no, I think that won't work. What's a handy tool one might find in a tool roll?
Real quick, while you are considering, by the way, John would hear hooves.
That's good, I think.
Olivette comes galloping up the ramp around the corner into sight of this absolute fucking mess, with the blast door ripped open and a giant man trying to be pushed out the window by now 4 able-bodied men who are trying their best, and John offside, like looking amongst his tool collection with a machete in his hand. It's kind of a disaster. What does Olivette want to do as she's riding past, or is she just trying to get into the room beyond?
Okay, quick question. The room, so the room beyond is what exactly?
From what she can see she has good sensory. From what she can see leading up to it, the room beyond looks like a beautiful bedroom plus meeting room plus office.
Right, okay. And I do not know yet that Mr. Dale is not actually here, so yeah, I guess I can see that that guy is being shoved out the window, so I will, like you said, I'll just go into the next room.
Yep. As you gallop past, you would see... Oh, yep.
Although, as I do, I will just shout, where is the client?
And John, any responses from you as all of that gallops past?
They didn't find him inside.
Damn. Yeah. I drop my horse to a halt at that point then, I guess, and sigh. This is not good.
As you drop your horse to a halt, Tommy,
Yes.
what you just said to me out of character is actually something I could see going through Tommy's mind as well. To which a thought would come to him. More of a question than anything. Are these guys alive? But as this thought strikes him, the man makes his move. He doesn't charge, he doesn't bull rush, he just goes in with a solid, like, wrestler grapple stance. One hand going out around to try to get the back of your head, the other going in to try to get between your legs and try to hook your thigh.
I think Tommy's sledgehammer is going to swing up at the upper arm.
Yep.
Aiming for the elbow.
Yep.
And as soon as contact, or maybe like a little bit after contact is made, assuming it is, he's actually going to let it go.
Yeah.
And he's going to step into not the hand, but like step onto the arm.
Yeah.
That's coming up beneath him, and at the same time that he grabs his javelin, he's going to push off and try to jump over the guy.
Oh, that's sick. The guy is fast, but as you start to leap up and over with javelin in hand, what do you want to do?
I want to bury the javelin in his back and use it as a lever to move faster.
You finish your flip up and across. This would actually put you into view of Olivette, who would see Tommy flip into view, fighting one of the hulks behind him. The man whips around, going for a wild punch towards Tommy's like midsection.
I think Tommy is once again backpedaling and trying to take advantage of distance.
And this time, since you've actually baited out a couple punches, he actually takes a couple of ungainly lurches forward. In the meantime, Olivette, actions that you would like to take, because now that you've been outside the room for a moment or two, you can see that there are 3 large men inside, of whom 2 of them are ransacking it and ripping things to shreds, pulling up floorboards, tearing down wallpaper, everything. And then one of them is trying to attack Tommy. The room is big enough that it can easily accommodate all of that.
Okay, yeah. Now I do know what I wish to do. Now that I have seen that there's multiple big guys in there, I actually think I would smile slightly as the idea comes to mind, and I hop off of Noel's back, and in the current room that I'm in, that's where Julian's guys are, right?
They are right
sorry,
out.
John's.
Yeah, John's guys are in the hallway, right at the top where it is about to connect to the meeting room.
Right, okay. And one or more of them has been killed, is that correct?
Not killed, but downed.
Downed, okay. Right, I wish to go over to one of the guys who is downed and steal his gun, and any ammo he has as well for it.
Easily done. He's not moving.
Awesome. Saying that, I will, if I still had this thing on me, I will discard the blowpipe at that point, because I've got an upgrade. And I will just calmly walk back to the doorway or whatever opening it was I could see.
Yep. You see Tommy swerving backwards
Tommy
as punches rain towards him. There's a big spear sticking out of his assailant's back.
And then I will level the dart gun and activate shootout.
I knew that was coming.
Yes. Yeah, and this weapon is more modern than the sort of thing that the gunslinger gets normally. I know you mentioned previously that a single tap on the trigger was shooting 3 darts at a time.
Oh, no, in this case, there were 3 guys shooting at that point.
No, like you said, they got there was 7 guys and they got 40 shots or something.
Oh, pardon. It was they fired multiple times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wasn't a single salvo. But
so
even
it didn't have what's it called? There's a special term for it, but I don't know anything about guns.
They do not have a burst mode. They are semi-automatic.
Okay.
But
fair enough.
Of note, Olivette would notice that these guns are not meant to have a lot of ammunition. They only have a couple of darts. However, Shootout doesn't care about that.
Exactly. Yeah. So I will. When Tommy is dodging, whenever he actively puts space between him and his current enemy, I'll target that guy. If that's not easy, if the guy's right on top of him or whatever, I'll just switch to one of the others, and I'm just constantly unloading darts until someone stops me.
Yep. And as you shoot darts peppering out across the room all over the place, you can see that the other 2 that are ransacking actually finally notice what's going on and pause what they are doing. As they turn around, you can see the letters start to be appearing on their bodies. And also, Tommy would see the letters start to appear on the one chasing him, because that's the one taking the majority of the fire. Actions he would like to take. This one has chased him now across the room and is backing him up towards the far wall instead of the windows instead. There's smashed furniture all over the place, a lot of uneven terrain.
Tommy is going to... I don't know how effective this will be, but so Tommy is going to attempt to use the javelin more as a sort of a slicing. It's not going to get very deep, obviously, being not meant for this, but he's going to try and slice through the letters.
Oh, that's an interesting idea. And you would notice that after taking 1 or 2 of these, because the guy doesn't really make much attempt to protect himself from these attacks, the letters, even when they are directly struck, it doesn't seem to change or interfere with them that much. At this point, the guy has you almost backed up against the wall once again. And this time, rather than doing some technical wrestling move, he just bum rushes you. Admittedly very fast, with his arms wide and high.
Well, I think how much space do I have?
Wall pretty close behind you, smashed furniture around you.
Yeah, okay. So Tommy's going to turn, he's going to try to drive the javelin into the wall and use it to sort of pull himself up and over and have the guy run into the wall.
Do you want to land on the javelin?
Yeah, that sounds cool.
Olivette would see Tommy backflip up his javelin onto the wall. The man crashes into the wall below him, and in so doing, blindly reaches to try to grab for Tommy, and in so doing grabs his javelin instead.
Hey, so is Führer still on cooldown?
No.
Cool. I would like to use both Furor and Warp Spasm.
Yeah.
To basically drop kick down. I'm trying to figure out how to use Warp Spasm with that though. So I think he's going to use the javelin like a diving board.
Yeah.
Pushing down, springing up, probably pushing hard enough with Furor that. How high is the ceiling?
Pretty high.
Okay, so too high to say jump all the way up and push off of.
With a warp spasm, maybe.
Well, I was wanting to use the warp spasm to push down rather than
that's what I was
up.
thinking.
So then I think he'll sort of use the javelin as a springboard towards the wall.
Yeah.
To then be able to warp spasm push and just drop kick. I don't know if you've ever played any of the Marvel vs. Capcom games, but I'm imagining the Doctor Doom drop kick.
Oh yes, of course I know that one. And so a 2-footed slam, heel first. Yeah. And as this crashes into the man's face, he goes tumbling down to the ground, taken down by Tommy for the first time in this particular bout. As he gets smashed down to the ground, he is still able to move, but does Tommy have any immediate follow-ups? You see that you've partially caved his face.
Yeah, okay. He's sprinting for his sledgehammer again.
Yeah, absolutely. He only has to run shortly, dodging the wildly flailing arms as he grabs it up. Normally, I would not allow a Furor Berserker to go for a weapon like that, but Tommy's Furor does work a little differently. And Olivette, with shootout still active, you can see that the man that Tommy just stomped is finally slowing down. The combination of like well over a dozen trank darts plus Tommy smashing him in the face is finally causing him to move more slowly. But now the other two, though the text is starting to appear across them, are starting to charge across the room towards you as well. Though admittedly not as fast as you've seen them move before.
Okay. In that case, I will leave Tommy to deal with that guy and just split my focus between the two of them while starting to back away slowly.
Yep, absolutely. You see Noelle toss her mane nervously next to you as she takes a couple of steps backwards as well. These two, even though they're not coming super fast, they do not look like they are going to drop.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Real quick, while you're considering, I want to briefly check in with John. Reason being is, John, you have been looking among tools. What are you going to go for?
Since I can't come up with anything, he's just gonna grab a hyper screwdriver, which is essentially a screwdriver, just hyper. Start hacking with both that thing and the machete and trying to do one final, well, guys, lads, let's do this! We've almost have him!
And as you cut and hack and wail at this guy, with the text starting to spurt across his body, you do manage, as you're doing so, you're pushing him towards the edge of the window. You can see his strength failing, but John does manage to catch a stray punch, which would floor him, much like it's floored many of his men around him. But John recovers much faster. And as John is pulling himself back up to his feet, he would see the man's feet finally disappearing out the window as his remaining 2 standing soldiers finish the job. You can see the others are scattered around, either nursing what are obviously bad concussions, or in one case, his arm is just completely snapped. You can see that there's a moment of silence among them before one of the 2 who's still on his feet looks around, looks over John, says, "More inbound, sir!" And this, and as John looks over, you can see that as Olivette is backing down kind of towards him, she is firing at 2 on-rushing that are littered with darts. What does he want to do?
Quick check. I did use a shield wall recently. I think that's still probably up.
The shield wall is no longer up, but it is also, it actually would be on cooldown.
Yeah.
Gareth thinks is
up. Yes, it is.
While you were thinking,
we can do this. We will do this. Trying to make as much sound as he can, like giving his people the sign to rest.
Yep.
John will move towards Olivette at first and then past her
Yeah.
after they've intersected. And he's going to go, well, there's just the two of you that can do anything right now, and you won't get any farther. My shields will reappear behind me momentarily. Your leader, Rujat, has been defenestrated, and my ally, Tommy, is making mash out of the one behind you.
You see the men, while they're not stumbling, they are slowing down as they are rushing towards you. You see one of them has one of those strange pens in his hand. And he starts actually to come to a halt while the other continues to move towards you. Olivette's darts are mostly focusing on this one now. And this one starts to wind up a punch to put it towards you. He says, "Never surrender!"
Okay, so... well, yeah, okay, before we even get to the point where he's about to punch me, I definitely would have, said something to the effect of, John, a little help here.
Yes, of course.
But, yeah, at that point, I think... I every time I get attacked, I try and think of some kind of creative way to do it, but I always end up just doing the same thing.
I have an idea.
Yeah, what's
there's
your idea,
some
John?
ability I haven't used in a long time.
What do you want to do?
2 arms should probably be off cooldown at that
Yes, it
point.
is.
Well then, we are going to do the regular thing it allows us to do, which is I want it to just summon armor on every ally that is working with me on this. By going, well, there's a final push, just 2 of them. That's not that much work. Let's get to it, guys.
I mean, armor's great and all, but could you give me an Uzi?
I was thinking of this because it's very energy workable, and John doesn't know what an Uzi is.
That's fine, neither does all of it.
But he did summon big plasma cutters last time to work against a big enemy, and I think that's just about the right thing right now.
So are you going for armor for yourself and that for Olivette or something else?
No, armor on Olivette specifically. I still have a shield.
Yep.
Armor on the horse as well, if they are considered an ally.
In this case, yes. And so as you activate the 2 arms, his punch comes in towards your shield. Are you gonna try to tank this one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just brace against it.
John is getting very tired at this point, so
Yes.
fast dodges would be quite challenging. And again, he is slammed backwards. Olivette would see John flung past her onto his back, and John would feel probably a growing fracture in his shield arm, but he still hasn't his wits about him. Olivette, the armor forms around you, and a strange object forms in your hand. You have what skill stat?
2.
You would
Base
know how to
for
turn it
gunslinger.
on.
Nice. So I kind of think I maybe misunderstood before. Was John the one you were talking about getting punched?
Yes, John was the one who got punched.
So I'm not actually in the middle of getting punched.
No, you are not in the middle of getting punched. But
Okay,
John was
sorry,
right in
yeah.
front of you, and he was flung past you. And so now the
Okay.
brute is standing in front of you, readying his fists again.
Okay, yeah. So I obviously, in order to get this new weapon, would have had to drop my dart gun thingy. But that's fine. I turn this thing on, and
Yep.
it does a thing.
A jet of plasma comes out the end. It's operated kind of like a gun, but dramatically shorter range.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, the whole reason I needed this thing in the first case is because they came into close range. So, when after the guy punches John, his arm is outstretched.
Yeah.
So I want to see if plasma can cut his hand.
And the cut, it goes clean through his hand, and it leaves that like a horrid gap in it. However, the cut piece still moves with the hand, you note.
Yeah.
Okay. And he goes to seize Olivette, though his hand has been ripped. What do you want to do?
How wide is the cut? Is it like super thin?
Oh, it's substantially wider than like a hacking tool would have gotten.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So. Yeah. I think.
Can I get a quick action on John?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I have no clue what to do.
John is going to get himself back up very gruntingly, going to switch the shield to his other arm.
Yeah.
And is going to yell, "Well, they have something on their forehead. Let's try that next."
And Olivette is picked up with two hands by this brute. As she is like lifted into the air, she immediately feels the pressure of its hands, though thankfully John's armor stops her from just being completely pulped by it.
Huh. Okay. I will sort of gasp, I guess, as the air's kind of forced out of me by the crushing grip.
For sure.
And just say, couldn't hurt, and swipe the plasma cutter across the guy's forehead.
And as you slice at the plasma cutter, it not only hits his forehead, but it hits his eyes.
Oh, okay.
And you can see that he turns his face away kind of instinctively, you know what I mean? Though he does not drop Olivette, he stops, like, intensifying the crushing grip. John, what do you want to follow up with?
No stopping these guys but pushing them out the window, I guess.
Real quick, while if John doesn't have a split-second reaction, there would be something else. Olivette would find herself actually drop to the ground as Noelle does a mule kick into the man's arm and actually knocks her free.
Nice. Okay. I immediately give up on the plasma cutter. Sorry for making you waste your two arms. And go back to the first gun as I try grab it from before and then try and roll aside.
As you go to grab it, however, since the man is right on top of you, one of his massive feet is pinning it.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Well. Okay, right.
Real quick, before we go further, I want to check in with Tommy and then the Hive, because we've been in this fight for a little while. Over to Tommy. Sledgehammer in hand, what do you want to do?
Tommy is going to use his sledgehammer. He's gonna charge at the one that he was fighting before.
Yep.
But his goal is actually to move the guy out of the way.
Yeah.
Because he wants his javelin back as well.
Absolutely. Knocking him to the side. As you knock him to the side, however, you see another guy on his feet. And he has a sharp thing in his hand. And actually, you recognize it. It's one of those pens. And he's drawing it across his forehead.
Okay. Tommy's going to go for his javelin. And he's not actually going to pull it free. He's just going to run his hand along the blade and slice his palm open.
Yep.
And then sledgehammer in one hand, bloody hand on the other. He's going to run and leap at the guy he's been fighting.
Yep. And
activate Bloodlust as he pushes his hand to the guy's forehead.
The goal
here, the pitch here, I think this is probably a bit of energy work. Technically, I did spill this blood myself.
Yes, you did.
But I'm interested in it manifesting not just in like physically burning away the skin, but having an acidic quality against magic and enchantment.
I got one better for you too. As you plant your hand in his face, you notice that all of the writing across his body suddenly sizzles as you activate Bloodlust.
Ah, okay.
And you can see that for the first time since you poured it in, he demonstrates pain. You hear him go, and he contorts his face wildly, and you can see on his forehead, where you plant your hand, his signature gleams brilliantly.
Yeah, I think Tommy is he's just gonna, whatever happens, he's holding his hand against that signature until it's burned away.
And the signature slowly is erased. And he freezes.
And then I think Tommy just tosses him to the side as much as he can.
As you shove him to the side, however, you can see that you hear a clatter on the ground behind you, and you can see that the pen, or rather, you would feel a clatter on the ground, and on the because it's wooden floor, and as you turn around, you would see that the man with the pen has dropped it, and he has carven his signature into his forehead, or like traced it out, so to speak, because it was already there, and you can see that rather than the kind of, how to describe it, kind of grayish gleam that you've seen off of most of them. This gleam is brilliantly red. He doesn't move. He just kind of stands there.
Like a member of a pack of wolves, or maybe hyenas, sort of pacing around a lion. Tommy sort of circles and waits to see what the more dangerous predator is going to do first.
And he sees that the red glow on his forehead gets brighter and starts to come off of more of the ink around, or like the writing around his face. And then it spreads to the rest of him. That starts to gleam. And now this is glowing blue hot. And then it starts to glow white hot.
Oh, hey. Yeah, Tommy is definitely not gonna. His pragmatic mind is like, okay, that's a problem. He's going to grab his sledgehammer, smearing his blood on the head, and then he's gonna swing it into the guy's center mass, and see how well he can move him.
And as you slam your hammer, so the center mass of him is red, not yet white or blue. And as you slam your hammer into center mass, the man explodes violently.
Good.
Tommy is hurled away. The world becomes an absolute blur. And then he feels himself very cold. Olivette is a little bit outside of the room, catches some of the blast as well. She is flung backwards. She hears Noel give a violent neigh. And John only catches a little bit of it, but the one that the two of them were trying to take down is actually even thrown to his chest as well. The room becomes an absolute disaster zone. Even more than it was before, and all of the windows are blown out.
Oh, okay.
Tommy comes to his senses in the water. Looking up, he can see that the ship is literally like 2 stories above the water level as it starts as it's descending down towards it.
Okay.
Well, I'll say Tommy's Führer brain immediately goes, let's not be under that, and so he's going to start swimming.
Yup.
To not be crushed beneath this falling.
Yeah, absolutely.
Helicopter.
And though his pain senses aren't very high at the moment, in fact, like he can almost not feel pain, he does feel his body acting weird as he swims.
I think I'll go ahead and let me double check how this works. Yeah. I think he takes a moment to sort of lick at the wound he made on his hand.
Yeah.
And as much as it's going to be of use, I'm going to end Bloodlust to try and heal a bit.
Bloodlust gives him a lot more benefit than that little wound should have done. But jumping back to the Hive, because he's been painting for a little while.
Yes.
Yes?
Question. Do I hear them approaching, or am I just like making fancy little arrows?
You do hear a huge set of footsteps approaching.
Can I guess that it's something between 3 and 5 people?
No. It is one person.
One, okay. Okay. I have an idea. Instead of dropping it to like a random hallway and doors, I know that there's area underneath the stage.
Yes.
I want to lead the arrows there, and by the way, I want to make it seem like it's painted with like literal blood, like do blood splatters and like arrows and such.
Yeah.
And then just like quickly write near like the place where there's like below the where there's like underneath the stage. I want to write on the ground, hiding underneath the boards like a rat.
Yeah.
And I want to include a little picture of a rat. And I drew one in the meantime, so.
You hear the footsteps slowing out in the hall, out on the ramp, and then you hear, Rudyard! Rudyard! Rudyard, we were tricked!
I want to get behind a curtain quietly.
You hear the footsteps slowly coming inside. The people who had been hidden who are hidden in the kitchen, by the way, are all completely silent as the grave.
Mm-hmm.
You hear the huge footsteps come trudging up. You hear his voice, this way, hiding like a rat. Really? Rudyard? Where are you? I'm getting slow, Rudyard. I don't know how much... Is this stupid? And you hear a ripping sound as he starts to rip up the stage floor. What does the Hive want to do?
How much effort did it take for him to do that?
More than you've seen them spend for a little while.
Okay. Is it the same guy whose eyes have I previously?
Yes, it is.
Is it okay? Viewpoint him.
Nice.
And cast a phantasm through his eyes.
Yep.
Of a guy like crawling beneath the boards.
And
just it doesn't even need to be a guy. I just want something like to quickly like slick through. Like
oh, there he is. He dives into like the scaffolding below the stage. You hear crunching and like wood snapping like twigs. Where are you? He's ripping his way, almost like trying to swim through the underside of the stage and ripping out machinery as he does so.
Weren't there people hiding under the stage?
No, they were moved.
Not under the stage. Yes,
they
were.
It was an initial thought, but they were moved.
Okay. Not that the Hive would be concerned all that much, but the people are safe. Okay.
That wasn't why I asked.
Yeah. I cannot be casting illusions all that convincingly, and I think he's like already like sufficiently like enraged. So instead of doing illusions or continuing to do illusions, what I want to do is try to like run above the stage and try to lead him as if he was like hearing someone like straight underneath. And in the meantime, obviously like listen in for any more that are coming.
Yeah. You don't hear any more footsteps. You, okay, you're dead. He like smashes out of the stage again, and he hurls something after you wildly, like a piece of stage machinery.
Okay. Can I dodge out of the way, land like mostly silently, and get myself like hidden behind a piece of cloth or something? I don't know.
Absolutely. The table that the piece of cloth is draped over helpfully bends a little bit to make it cover you better.
Nice.
And you hear the huge...
And then I'm observing with his, again, through his eyes. You know what? I don't even need to be hiding myself. I can just like hide myself from his own senses here.
Yeah.
I'm viewpointing him. Whatever, the Hive is standing in plain sight.
Yeah.
Waits for him to get out.
Where? He gets out with a lot of effort. And at this point, you guys hear a violent blast from up on high. It shakes the entire vessel.
Okay.
You went out. Jericho, if I can't catch you,
He pulls out a pen from his pocket and shoves it into his forehead.
Okay. What is he doing? Is he like renewing the writing on his face?
Well, what it looks like is he's tracing out the signature on his forehead.
Okay. I want to run towards him with 4+2 reflex.
Yep.
I think the Hive is capable of like running silently
Very
even.
silently. Yep.
And I want to. He's clearly very tired, right?
Yeah, exhausted, and there's a lot of writing on him.
Okay. My hands are invisible. I want to put them on the pen.
Yep.
And guide his hand so that he writes something different. I don't know.
He finishes what he thinks is the signature. And there's like a solid 10 seconds. He says, I thought I would feel something. He looks at the pen, shakes it. Did I... Rudyard, I don't think I can do it. He pulls himself back to his feet. Why isn't it working? He like smacks his head. Is this how it ends? And you can see that his forehead glows gently gray, like the one that you swiped away with your fan. At least I won't be yours, Jericho. Someone's gonna get you someday. Might not be me, but someone will. And I hope you never know peace. He slouches and falls to his knees. His forehead, the forehead signature, not the one that he carved out, but the real one shining through, glows brilliantly gray.
Does he get like turned off in the same way that the first one did?
Nope.
Kind of like slunch. Doesn't. So he just seems like generally like completely exhausted.
Completely exhausted, but you haven't swiped him with your fan.
Okay. I guess I'll try to, instead of like swiping the forehead with the fan, I'm being invisible, so I want to like blow breeze towards him and try to like swipe it away that way.
And
with the fan, right?
The signature vanishes. He groans, and then you see his body deflating.
Okay. Any more nearby?
No, you don't hear a sound. However, you then feel a sudden like crashing within the ship. The Hive, despite his reflex, is actually thrown about with rats going everywhere before recongealing as the ship hits the water.
Okay.
And John and Olivette, the two of you are finally managing to pull yourselves back together after that blast when the ship gives a great rocking as it hits the water.
Okay. Yeah. I roll, I guess. I'm just like on my hands and knees trying to get back up and then immediately sit sprawling again. And as I once again try and get back up, there are still two guys here in this room, is that right?
No, there are not. Now that you're looking into the room, there is not a single one left. And the one that was bearing down on you had been flung forward by the blast and is clearly too exhausted to move.
Ah, okay. So there's... Well, okay, sure. He's too exhausted to move, I guess. So what I will do is... Actually, you know what? I'll just look over at John and say, have you still got that zappy sword thing of yours?
He's holding it up. It's not zappy anymore.
Ugh,
unless
fine.
you want to do something about it.
we do this the hard way then, I suppose. And I tentatively walk over to the guy who is too exhausted to move.
Yep. You see that he has so many darts in him that he's practically a hedgehog.
Okay, good. That lends me a little bit of courage, but even so, it is. I would say that for the most part, I'm managing to keep myself steady. But
Yeah.
as I kneel down right next to this guy, my hands are probably shaking a little bit.
Yeah.
And I want to basically just try and do the same defiance I did before, rubbing one of my arms against his forehead to try and erase the name. And yeah, I'm
Yeah.
just trying to reuse it.
As you do so, the last thing he says before his soul leaves him is, "Where is he hiding? I need to find him."
Wish I knew, mate.
And with a rattling gasp, his soul leaves him. And as this happens, you hear from inside of the room with its blown out windows and a complete disaster zone, you hear a small, quiet voice say, "Security. Hello?"
It's alright. The hostiles have been dealt with, as John is kind of supporting himself with the shield and the plasma cutter he picked up and is trying to sort of awkwardly limber into the room.
And as you do so, you see that the portrait over the bed swings open, revealing a tiny little bunker in the wall.
So,
The man hops down onto the bed below, which has been mostly ripped up. And he straightens himself up and adjusts his tie. He looks around. Much worse than I anticipated, but thank you very much.
You are welcome. I say as I likewise also stand up and straighten myself off a bit and probably wipe some unseemly sweat from my forehead.
Yeah. I have never felt quite this vulnerable in my life. And I can only be thankful that it's over.
Yes. I did speak with your pilot briefly. It seems the controls of this vessel have been badly damaged, but I had him and some of your crew inspecting it to see what they could do. Given the fact that we are currently in the water, I'm imagining they weren't wholly successful, but hopefully they have at least figured out a way to keep this thing floating until help can arrive.
Oh. Yes. It should be buoyant enough for about an hour on the water. I will...
this is quite an impressive vessel. Do you not have means to get out of here yourself?
Normally I would. They did quite a good job of ensuring that my normal escape plans are compromised.
What, if you don't mind telling us, what would they be? As John still waving about his screwdriver-looking thing.
Yeah. Evacuation vehicle up above. We didn't have dinghies. I didn't anticipate a naval landing. And the evacuation vehicle is actually built into the structure itself. I was very surprised that they knew what to target, and they ripped it off. Presumably with their bare hands.
Oh,
But,
it's just gone.
yes,
Not something to fix then.
jettisoned. But at the very
It's going to
least,
complicate things.
he reaches into the portrait door and pulls out a small tube, and he reaches out like the bashed open window and fires off a signal flare. I had best check in with my staff. He says, "Thank you once again. Your organization, I can promise, will compensate you handsomely."
Of course. We are grateful for your patronage. and I will give him a slight kind of curtsy.
Naturally, and I am grateful for your service. Farewell. And he quickly marches from the room. As he does so, you see him try a couple of, like, knobs and dials along the walls, presumably trying to check in with, like, communication systems or something, but then just marches down the hallway. And it is at this point that all of you feel your Enclave badges ping. Tommy in the water, having just gotten out of the way of the vessel.
Well, that's a relief, because I was like half a second from saying, I dash after him. There's still some left, because the badge hadn't pinged yet.
And the Hive, as you feel your badge ping, you hear a noise from the table next to you.
Excuse me, sir.
The Hive looks over.
Apologies, you vacated the room before I could provide this to you.
And he slides you over a box full of knives.
A whole box full. Nice.
Just in time.
I'm very glad to be of service,
says the table.
Is it the kind of plastic knives you get to spread jam?
No, these are like nice carving knives.
Just rubbing salt in the wound by making them actually useful.
The Hive takes the box of knives, just not to seem impolite, and puts them on a different table.
Final actions.
I mean, from the impact, I could probably intuit that we hit water, right?
Yes, you did.
The Hive cannot swim. The Hive pings out immediately. The badge is pinging. Job is done. Bye-bye.
Tommy has no reason to stay. Especially in Führer survival mode. He's going to ping out.
I look across at John and say, it was nice working with you again. I hope you and your men are all right once you've been treated.
We will be. Don't worry.
And thankfully, I at least managed to avoid making a complete mess of myself this time, though I have you to thank for that, I suppose, with the armor, or else I would have been much worse injured. So yeah, give John a nod, and then I also will tap my badge and ping out.
Two final actions from John. The first is he is going to salute his people that probably disappear at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's gonna try to get to the midsection where the first person's head was popped off.
Yeah.
If he hits water before he gets there, he's going to ping out.
It is not underwater before he gets there.
He's going to place 2 coins in one of the pockets of that person, and then is going to ping out.
And as he does so, surrounded by relative quiet for the first time, he pings out to the sound of a light bit of music as a phonograph has been put into action over in the kitchens where the rest of the survivors are staying. And on that note, we will end the mission. I think that is the single most violent mission I've hosted for you guys.
It was
even worse than the last.
Yeah, I think it's even
Enclave
worse
Sunday.
than the last one. The last one was pretty brutal.
I have to say, despite the fact that it was so violent, I actually feel the worst for the last guy who I didn't even actually hurt.
Yeah.
I just had him looking under the board and crawling everywhere.
Yeah.
I think that to be honest, I think this was the most challenging combat you've run for us. I wouldn't say it was the most violent. I mean, certainly people got ripped apart, so yeah, I guess that is, in that sense, it's violent. Yeah. I know that my character, at the very least, was far worse hurt on the council tower.
Yes,
mission.
that is true.
So from her perspective, this one was less
How
violent.
about BarBar?
That is also true for me.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah.
Although to be fair, I did some of that damage to myself on that mission.
Yeah. So to quickly summarize 2 things. One, I don't know if you guys picked this up by the end, but those guys were running on energy, so to speak, that was finite. whenever you made them resist an ability, heal damage, or physically exert themselves, they were drained. And the more you could drain them, the quicker the writing would manifest, and then you could wipe them up. I don't know if that became obvious by the end, but that was the mechanism by which they seemed completely indestructible and then slowed and slowed and slowed. Another hint I gave in that regard is since they jumped aboard, that jump spent an enormous amount of their energy, meaning that when they first started this process, they would have been quite literally unkillable. They would have been terrifying. But by expending so much leading up to this point, they were at the point where you guys could feasibly hope to take them down. To briefly go through focus words, because they were weird. Lucrative high-end soul, I think, is pretty obvious. That was the main driver of this thing. That and BarBar, because I was like, funnily enough, this is actually a revisit. I was like, oh yeah, it reminds me of this one mission I was in with this really swanky airship and soul brokering. And I was like, yeah, let's do that again. That was really fun.
Nice.
And then since the focus word was BarBar, I made it very complicated logistics. So there was actually multiple bars. I was trying to get an elephant in there, but then I was like, nah, it's too much of a force. And then Sharp-Edged Blade of Grief, I think, is fairly straightforward. Again, it's their motivation for what they were doing, as well as the pen, with the idea being that they could turn any remaining fuel reserves into raw energy and effectively just explode themselves. But at the very end, a very critical thing was first, that guy was already really low on energy, so he couldn't muster that big of a blast. And Tommy interrupted him before he could fully blow up, right? Which meant that the blast was survivable for a berserker in Furor and Bloodlust. But not much else. And lastly, Starman. This was the weirdest focus word, right? How many of you guys have played Earthbound or Mother?
I am familiar.
I've heard of them.
There was a battle in the very early stages of the game where you were pitted against an enemy called a Starman, which is one of the hardest enemies in the game, and you are supposed to lose the fight. He was supposed to be unkillable. And so when I got the word Starman, I was like, oh, maybe I can make the first enemies they fight seem fucking invincible.
Nice.
Because this is a pretty devastating combat group, and I knew that if I gave you mundane enemies, you would melt them. So I needed to amp up the threat level for it. There was a lot going on in this one. I'm sure you have questions. So if you have questions about calls or the setting or plot or anything, fire away.
Well, most importantly, shouldn't there still be 5 of them alive that are somewhat still powered?
No. I was keeping count. You guys took out all of them. And a big part
all
of that...
them?
Yep.
Every single one of them
loads.
Yep.
We took them out one by one, so it felt like it was just chipping away. But we took out so many.
There were only 6.
Nope, there were more than 6.
There were more than 6?
I can give you the full count. The first one you took out was on the main dance floor. You took out 1. Then Olivette took out 1 in the cockpit. John and Tommy took out 2. That made 4. Then there were 1, 2, 3 remaining in the bedroom area, which were dealt with. And then there was 1 more that ran back down that the Hive dealt with. So there were 8.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we were told there were less than 10 at the start. Not 10, less than 10 specifically.
Less than 10,
less than 10.
I'm so confused because I thought that the only way into the room was through
that's
through the
literally
place.
why I went to join the others.
That was the big one. It had 2 different entrances, one on because there were 2 ramps. Yeah. Each ramp led up to it from a different direction.
When you were specifically putting down your arrows, that's why I was like, Robbie, is there definitely no other way? And then when Robbie said that there was, I just was like, yeah, I'm just going to regroup with the others.
Exactly.
Because I just thought there was too high a chance that they would just miss this room.
Yeah, the Hive was fortunate for 2 reasons. One, that he caught one who was already exhausted. And 2, that as Julian pointed out early in the mission, the roid rage, so to speak, really fucked with their heads. And so they weren't able to, they were much more liable to fall for something like that. This is also one of the reasons why they weren't able to find Jericho in time. Because, he was in his little concealed bunker and they were just bashing furniture.
They would have eventually found him, though.
Oh, yes. They would have.
How long do you think this mission was in actual time?
In game time?
Yeah, like 7 minutes.
I think it was a little more than 7. I think it was no more than 15 minutes. I would guess 12. Fast.
Cool.
My feeling would be half an hour, all
Yeah.
in all.
Yeah, I was thinking somewhere on
well,
that range.
the thing is, this whole place, it's only the size of a ferry. Like, you can walk from one end of a ferry to the other in way less than half an hour.
But it's more verticality. So to go all the way up took a lot of going up ramps. But fortunately, you guys were able to get up ramps pretty fast because of various means. Other questions about plot, calls, etc.?
Well, I'm not really sure this counts as a question, but there was a point where you mentioned Olivette's mantle, and I don't know if that was actually what you were thinking or if it was just misspeaking, but what she has is a scholarly raiment.
No, pardon
So
me. Yeah,
it's not enhanced authority, it's just enhanced truthfulness.
Yeah, in that case, that's actually a mistaken call from me. I actually thought she had a mantle. Oh well,
Yeah.
I don't think it was enormously consequential. So that is a mistake, though.
Speaking of which, I'm not sure if the mantle John had didn't come into play at all, but that might probably be because the people weren't that much thinking anyway.
Well, there's two big things, right? One is that when John was trying to issue commands, he did do so reasonably effectively to the survivors, right? But to the enemies, he was mostly doing so when they were in states of relative strength. And since Olivette would often pair her actions with using standoff or similar, they would be spending their energy towards trying to resist the effect. You know what I mean? So like I said,
Although
all their
in
energy...
this case, it was gear things.
Yeah, exactly.
So I only actually used standoff for a very short amount of time in this session.
Though again, you were able to kind of puppet the guy while you were using it because he was trying to resist the effect. And he was also pretty weak at the time. So all of you guys had ways to drain their resources. I purposely made it so that the Hive had the hardest time of actually causing serious problems to one of them, but because I didn't think they could catch the Hive. I thought he would just be too slippery.
I think the Hive could solo one on, like, if it was just one.
And he had some time.
Yeah.
Like, if the Hive had some time, they could solo one for sure. But Tommy specifically, the bloodlust interacting with their writing was a big one. And also, you could pull a machete out of one while they were alive.
See, I read it as it has to be someone that the berserker has killed.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was.
But in this case, if you had, for example, like cratered his head and then pulled the machete out of his head, out of the crater, I would have let you do it.
Okay.
But it was not obvious. I thought that Tommy's role was a lot more clear because he was one of the only people who could probably consistently get them out of windows, which is I designed this to be like the main way to deal with them if you weren't able to dispel them. It's just get them out a window.
Yep.
Do you guys have other questions about calls or the plot or similar?
Yeah. So why did their leader have so much more energy than the others?
That was mostly to do with backstory. He had the most to fight for.
Got it.
Because the others were trying to were fighting because they were debtors, or they were debtees of Jericho. He was not. It was his wife who was. And so he started with more soul. So
got it. Yep.
Oh, nice.
Was there anything else I was wondering about?
I mean, also on like a gameplay level, I wanted to make one that was like especially threatening.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Yeah. It was. I think like it was a very different mission.
Yeah.
Like this was a really good mission to be on because it was like completely just. I don't think I've been on a mission like it before. It's like any one of them could have been a boss fight, basically.
Yeah.
I will say sorry.
I remember John specifically being on a similar mission hosted by Reece, where every warden was, for some reason, really tough to get through.
Well, I mean, they were kind of, but also, like, they were nothing like that. You couldn't, like, if you cratered their head, they would
didn't have
definitely
enhanced
have
strength.
gone down.
They were just enhanced resistance, but it was still, it felt really similar in action.
Cool.
I will say I'm still not used to playing a character who doesn't have at least a little bit of magic, because most of my time has been playing as a Thunderbird.
Yep.
And so there were a few times where you'd be like, Tommy notices this, and I'd go, ooh, no, I can't.
Yeah. Actually, that reminds me. I was gonna say one thing I was gonna bring up is I was really glad I managed to do that Defiance this time, because I had I literally wasn't even thinking about it being a Defiance until you said so. Like when I was rubbing the war paint on the first guy, I was just thinking, oh yeah, energy working war paint.
It was just so cool, though, you know, like, and because Olivette fit the criteria of behaving courageously perfectly in that instance, and I was like, yeah,
nice.
That's too cool. To give a brief rundown, Tommy, sick fighting, very, very sick. I think my favorite moment was you backwards flipping up your javelin after stabbing it into the wall. I fucking loved that. That was an awesome move. But also, good job understanding your limitations and when to get hit and when not to get hit. That was a big part of this one. Olivette, you played such a good support mission this time, and I love how when you actually get Olivette's hands dirty, she's like, especially John, can I get a little help over? That was just so well done. The way of keeping dignified while getting her hands dirty is really, really nicely done. And I think that you played her as a support character in the early stages of the mission perfectly, and then transitioned into your like DPS-ish role. So I think that like in terms of like textbook play, I thought that was really, really well done. Her vitality stat continues to be so powerful.
Yeah.
And the Hive, that was wild. Like not only your seeing you go from like, oh, I can't hurt these guys at all, to, oh, but I can use viewpoint on the one that I stabbed the eye out of, to, oh, I'm gonna make this like Scooby-Doo trap. I knew that the Hive was gonna do a lot of work to distract them, which is like the role that I had assigned to him, and I knew he'd be slippery. But the way that you position yourself and use like your combination of mobility and distraction was actually really, really cool to see. And I thought that the Hive's interactions with Olivette were actually some of my favorite character moments on the mission, because the Hive actually trusting someone is very fun, especially when it's someone as like unusual as Olivette. Because you wouldn't think a noblewoman would be okay with a pile of rats, but she is, and so I thought it was a fun dynamic.
I mean, if Olivette has figured out that the Hive is rats at this point, which I'm still not sure if she has.
I have, because in the HQ, you know, you can't do your sneaky magic-y stuff.
You just kind of teeters around.
Yeah, but
no,
I have been on missions with him, so.
I'm serious. This is genuine emotion from the Hive. The Hive trusts Olivette, and I think there's like one more character that has somewhat earned its trust.
That's so.
But I'm not
wholesome.
I'm not. Yeah.
Yeah. So I thought that was great. Also, the interactions with the furniture were very fun for the Hive in particular. I mean, with everyone there were some good moves, but for the Hive in particular, yeah. And lastly, John. I actually think John was kind of the heart of this mission. Like his character moments were not only very defining for a lot of the other action going on, but it was really cool to see, even it was subtle. It was really cool to see you explore his discomfort with this situation in a way that like let him still remain professional. I thought that was well done and tastefully done. So overall, I thought that was great. I thought you used his kit incredibly well. And you quickly picked up on the unusual dynamics at play with Garethix. I thought that was really good.
I also did technically figure out the energy enchantment thing.
The energy pool thing. Yeah.
I did forever forget to mention it loudly to the other players.
And also great combat kinesthetics. Those were really sight.
Why? I forget his name. I've forgotten the leader's name already again. Why did his writing appear more readily than the others?
So there were two reasons for it. One of them was due to kind of the metaphysics of why he was doing it, because again, he was fighting for someone else. So it was kind of like at the forefront of his mind, so to speak.
Okay.
But also because he attracted a lot of your early fire. So, and the more they were taxed, the more the writing would appear. So it was kind of a combination of, I had a feeling you guys would target him a lot, and I wanted him to like. I felt like it was cool to have him reveal the secret before the others from like a storytelling standpoint. So that's why I went with that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I will say, to add to the comment Jallorn made earlier, where it's really hard to not do magic, playing a lot of more extravagant classes recently, it's kind of hard to figure out what a Thane should do, like with the very limited and mundane kit I have on John specifically. It was very interesting.
Absolutely.
Well, I found like at certain times in the mission, most notably towards the end when we were in the combat, and I just had to pause for like ages, multiple times. But yeah, there are certain times when I was like, I just do not know what to do. But that's again because each one of these guys was like so strong. It's like normally as a gunslinger, it's super easy. You just point and shoot. But yeah, I like this because it kind of made me have to think a bit more, even though I'm bad at thinking on the spot. But it was a cool mission design.
Well, you guys are all such experienced players at this point that I try to push you a little more with my designs. Yeah. And I'm glad that was well received, because I actually, as I was hosting the mission, I actually thought of a better way to do it, which was a little annoying, but
That'll happen.
I think it still worked out. The idea that I had was, well, whatever. That can be for later. It's been a long one, so I say we do a quick sign off.
There is one more point. There's one more.
Point. Yes, mission
One
name.
more point. Nation name.
Okay.
Maybe it's gonna be better if we think of one like outside of the video. I mean, it's gonna be in the name anyways.
I vote Dale and Goliath.
That's not bad. My brain keeps defaulting to the stupid pun of trying to tie broker and broken together, but I think that's kind
broken. I couldn't even pronounce that.
Brokener.
Yeah, I think it might be actually a better part of valor to come up with the name off screen.
Fair enough.
Here, we'll discuss it in the chat. Thank you guys so much for playing. I'm glad you had fun on this one. I definitely threw you in the deep end with it. But you rose to the occasion, and I love to see these characters on play. So thank you so much for taking the time, and for hosting during Enclave Day, and for being such fantastic parts of the Enclave Discord server in general. In the same order we introduced ourselves. Let's see if I can frickin' remember that. You know, I don't remember it anymore.
Julian, and then myself, and then
Jallorn.
Me, and then Tomáš was last.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
All right. In that order, you can say your goodbyes, and we'll sign off.
Well, I'm tired. I'll get on one of these again. Good night, I guess.
Good night, everybody.
It's been a wonderful time, Robbie, and good afternoon.
I'm sure this is not going to be released on Christmas, but Merry Christmas anyways. It's going to be Christmas in 1 hour in the Czech Republic.
Wow.
So
all right. Yeah, because you guys are on the 24th.
See ya, guys. Yes.
Nice.
Thank you guys so much for taking the time, and for everyone watching. But until we meet again, my name is Robbie Howell, and ciao for now. Whee!